and it's bothering him because he can't lick it. So, I gotta take him to the vet tomorrow. Good boy, I know. So he's like being extra clingy now because he's like upset about it. Yeah, it's weird. Like, it's on his tail, which I don't really get, but he has, like, basically this little spot on his tail, like, halfway up, and it's, like, you can smell it's like a sore. It almost looks like a burn. It's, like, pink, and normally he has, like, dark brown / black skin on his tail. So he has, like, some sort of sore there, and it smells really bad, too, so it was definitely, like, you know, a wound. So I had to spray it with peroxide to clean it. And then I put like some Vaseline on it. And I wrapped it up in like a sock. So it should be good until tomorrow when I can take it to the vet, but yeah. I don't know what would be wrong with him. It's either he has like allergies or something and it's caused like him to chew his tail and it's like raw now or something, or I don't know, man. Or he got into something or whatever. Or it was something outdoors that's like bothering his skin, like poison ivy or something. I have no idea, so. Nah, he doesn't have to wear a cone. I just have to keep his tail wrapped up, which I have it wrapped up right now. Alright, no, you're not staying under the desk. Come on. No. Go lay down. Lay down. Nah, it's not fleas. He probably chewed his tail. Yeah, that's the thing. He might have like an allergy or something. So, I gotta go get whatever it is. They'll probably give me like some ointment or something to put on it to heal it faster, and then, I don't know, figure out what's wrong with him. But yeah, it definitely smells like a wound, and you can see where it's like pinkish. So he may have allergies or something that's causing him to like chew at his tail because it's itchy. So, yeah, I'll take him tomorrow. And he's got to get his shots anyway, so. We shall see, though. Alright. I know, you know. You got something on your tail. I know. It's a good one. He wants me to lay down with him, I guarantee you. What does it taste like? Well, now it would taste like Vaseline, because that's what he has all over it, so. That's what you put on wounds to help him heal. Which is kind of funny. Oil. You don't sniff petrol from a can, but you rub petrol jelly on like a wound to help it heal faster. Which is kind of interesting. The Diddy oil? Nah. I don't want to drug my dog yet. So if I put gasoline oil on a wound, it will, yeah, if you dump gasoline on your wounds, it'll heal. But yeah, Vaseline heals you pretty quick. If you have like an open wound or something like that, or a burn, you rub Vaseline on it and it'll help the body heal faster for whatever reason. I don't know why, but it's like a thing. But yeah, that's what Vaseline comes from. It's petroleum jelly, so it's literally gasoline, or one of the byproducts. Yep, they put it on cuts for boxers, exactly. Yup. Oops. Wasn't paying attention. Maggots and honey? Yeah, maggots eat away the dead flesh, but that's more if you're, like, you have an infected wound that's rotting. So I don't think it's at that point yet. So we're good. Get some sleep. Oh my god, dude. He just looks so pathetic. Oh my god. Look. Bro, he's just giving me this look. Good boy. Finally, he laid down. This is how he was when he had the neutering or whatever, and he had to, you know, not lick. So he would just be super clingy. Eat me and my... Well, I'm not going to be sleeping tonight because I got to call the vet at, like, I think 6 when they open. Yeah, he wants it off his tail so he can lick again. So... Yeah, I got to stay up till, like, 6, I think. Let me see, actually. That's a good question. Let me see when I do have to call the vet. They open at 7. Okay. So yeah, either way I won't be going to sleep because I won't wake up by 7 if I go to bed. Well, if you neuter your dog, they live longer. So, dogs live longer when they're neutered and they have a less likely chance of getting cancer. So... How do I stay awake so long? Sheer willpower, dude. But yeah, I guess I can get him his shots while he's there too, because he's got to get like the Lyme disease one or whatever. Apollo the Gooner confirmed. He used to have these little, like, round doggy beds. And he used to hump the shit out of them back in the day. It's funny. What do you even do, lol? Huh? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, they offer COVID shots, but I don't get him those. He just gets like the state required ones, like Lyme disease, rabies, and that type of shit. So I don't give him the COVID shot. That's just so fucking retarded. Yeah, I'm gonna give my dog a COVID shot, dude. That way grandma doesn't die. I mean, I can play a game with kids in it if you want me to. AKA the one we were playing last night with the anime girls. Yeah, Trump at McDonald's was wholesome as shit, man. He looked so happy, too. You can tell he's wanted to do that for a while. Because he loves McDonald's, so he's a fan. It's like getting to go backstage at a concert. Once again, Trump dominating the headlines, doing basic shit. So he should definitely do more stuff like that. It's very easy. It makes him look relatable. It also is a good setting for him because he loves being around normal people and does well. Like, he's natural. He's not like Camel Toe where everything's fake and she lies and is constantly changing who she is around everybody. Like, bro, you know, prime example, like when Biden went to go visit farmers, for example, they would put him in a pair of jeans and a denim shirt. When Trump went to go visit farmers, he would show up in his regular suit and red tie and leather fucking shoes. Like he had just stepped out of a meeting or something. Like, Trump is authentic. What you see is what you get. With most of these politicians, they're so fucking fake. So Trump is comfortable in different environments just being himself. And that's where he excels because it makes him super relatable. So that's the type of situations they need to put him in more often because people can relate to him. When Trudeau went to India and wore a turban on his... Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like so fake. It just feels so unauthentic. Meanwhile, you have Trump taking off his jacket, putting on the apron with his dress shirt and tie still on, you know, $2,000 shoes, whatever. He doesn't give a shit. He's just like, you know, this is who I am, and, you know, I don't really care who I'm around. I'm going to be myself. So... yeah, it'd be cool to meet Trump. It would definitely be a neat experience. Yeah, the Democrats are coping, going, oh, those weren't real customers. It's like, yeah, no shit. Do you think Secret Service is gonna let fucking random people in random vehicles drive up to the former president and leading candidate for the president of the United States? Like, do you think when fucking Joe Biden or Camel Toe goes into a gas station or restaurant, all those people aren't fucking vetted before they go in? Like, no shit. It's like crazy, man. These fucking shit libs are so disingenuous. They just have chronic TDS. It's really sad. They're sad, pathetic individuals. They're not real people. They're just like fucking bots. And their only programming is to hate Trump no matter what. It's really sad, honestly. Sad existence. I thought it was funny though, like when he was greeting the customers and they started freaking out, like that one woman with the kids in the minivan, I think it was a Jeep. I don't remember exactly what it was, but she was like so excited when she saw him. So. Well, the third which one do you consider the assassination attempt? The one with the chemical warfare agent or the one in California? Because apparently the one in California wasn't an assassination attempt. It was just a dude who brought guns in his car and then let the police know that he had them. And then they arrested him from there. So he didn't actually do anything wrong. It's just when he was pulling into the Trump rally, he let them know, like, hey, I have guns in my car. Am I good to go in? And then they arrested him from there. So that attempt was not an actual attempt. It was just a misunderstanding kind of thing. Yeah, the Indian dude was like, thanks for taking a bullet for us. I saw that. And then the Brazilian woman, she was like, don't let them turn the U.S. into Brazil. Well, they have to detain him, man. Anytime you're on that high of like a security alert, anybody who brings guns, no matter what the circumstance is, you have to detain them. So whether or not they prosecute him is another thing. If they prosecute him, then yeah, that's fucked up. But detaining him is like standard procedure. You have to do that. That's what protocol dictates. Anybody that brings a weapon near a president has to be detained. Just in case. Because they could also be a diversion, you have to remember too. Like, hey, you know, I'm pulling into a Trump rally, I've got fucking guns in my car, and then security all focuses on that one dude and somebody else sneaks in. So that's another aspect of it too, is you have to make sure they're not an accomplice or a distraction or something like that. So they're just doing their jobs. The guy shouldn't have brought him, but yeah, it was not an assassination attempt. So that's where it got overblown. Did you guys see that fat Muslim woman on Twitch saying that all U.S. soldiers deserve PTSD or whatever the fuck? That fucking fat-ass Muslim bitch who's wearing a burqa to try and keep men from raping her, but in reality she's so fucking ugly nobody would even try in the first place. Yeah, she looks like Jabba the Hutt. She's gross, dude. Yeah, that's the type of people you wish you could stick on the other end of an Israeli rocket so they could really understand what the Palestinians are going through. Yeah, what a vile cunt, dude. Honestly. There's a special place in hell for people like that. There's a very special place in hell for disgusting, depraved, just blobs. Yeah, women voicing their opinions in Islam is also a sin, so it'd be a shame if she suffered the consequence for heresy. A former Twitch mod for Hassan. That makes a lot of sense, dude. That actually makes a lot of sense. Only Hassan's community could say something that retarded. That sounds like something he would say, so it's not really too surprising. Yeah, this is like probably the best Witcher soundtrack song. This shit slaps, man. I don't know what this one's called, but it's really good. It reminds me of the music, and this is really specific, but it reminds me of the music from this game I used to play in high school called The Hobbit Kingdoms of Middle-earth or something like that. But it was a mobile game, and it was really good, man. And it had, like, some amazing music, too, which is a shame. I don't think you can find the soundtrack online at all for it. Nah, this isn't Ard Skellig. This is not Ard Skellig. It's similar, but not the same. A nearly peaceful place? Okay. Thank you. Am I a hobbit IRL? Yeah, I'm 5'11", man. Yeah, 1 inch from greatness in more than one place. "1 inch too short to date. 1 inch too short to do porn, if you catch what I mean.
Gaming.
Still taller. Bro, it really doesn't matter how tall you are if you're under 6 foot. Otherwise, like, you're just, you know, you're coping. You won't get any manlet cope from me, man. I've come to terms with it. I accept who I am. Oh, shit. I have no idea how tall Synthetic Man is. Well, dude, if you're over 6 foot and you can't get a girlfriend, the problem is you're not talking to them. That's my problem, especially. No matter how good you look, no matter how much money you have, no matter how tall you are, no matter how charismatic you are, none of it matters unless you actually talk to them in the first place. So, there lies my problem. That, and I definitely don't have, like, the fucking, you know, god tier physique or, you know, the height or any of that shit, but I've got a decent amount of money. Dude, I'm talking to this one girl, but she just doesn't text me back. She says she hardly checks her yeah, that's bullshit. Just don't text her. If she doesn't reply, just leave it. Don't ever double text or, you know, be like, hey, did you get that? Just ignore her. That'll make her want to text you more. If you just leave the conversation as it is and ignore it, she'll be more likely to text you at that point. Yeah, 99% of women are glued to their phone, so... That's absolute cap. But yeah, don't chase her down. Make her chase you down. That's the way to handle that type of shit. But yeah. The worst thing the worst people do is going full force hurting themselves when they try exercising back without their atrophied body cope. It doesn't take months to get back to a normal physical it does take months to get back to normal. It depends on your muscle, like, memory or whatever that shit's called. But basically, it's like your body naturally reverts back to its most muscular state after a short period of time if you do regular exercise again. But yeah, you have to, like, ease yourself back into it. You can't, like, skip going to the gym for 3 months and then immediately pick up where you left off. But yeah, typically your body kind of has, like, a memory to it where the muscles kind of bounce back pretty quickly. But yeah, if it's been like years, then that might be pushing it. But if it's been a few months or something like that, you can probably go right back to where you started after a while. You have to ease your way back into it, but your body will naturally revert to that muscular state. I hate to break it to you, but Trump is a pathological liar and makes up. Oh no. What did he lie about? We know he didn't lie about working at McDonald's, so. I can't afford this shit. +1 Trump. Yeah, I got a pretty positive response to my community post today. I think we're successfully starting to weed out the crazies. Yeah, the McDonald's video was funny as hell, man. That shit was great. I'm glad he did that. That was so fucking smart, bro. It made him look so relatable. Did you guys see all the polls recently? Like, all these polls that were like +3 camel toe and the popular vote are now like +2, +3 Trump, like across the board. There's only been one poll that's been +1 Harris in the past week. And Trump needs to win the popular vote by -4% to win the election. So he doesn't even need the popular vote. She does. She has to win it by 4 points, basically, in order to get the necessary electoral college victory, essentially. That's kind of like the direct comparison. And yeah, Trump is way up in the polls to where he needs to be. It's looking like it's going to be a landslide. And apparently they diverted a bunch of money from Michigan and Pennsylvania and are now spending it in Minnesota, dude, because they're worried about down ballot races in one of the most leftist states in the entire country. Like, dude, they're freaking out right now. Like, the fact that Obama's campaigning in Nevada for the Democrats tells you that they think they're going to lose that state now. Like, Nevada has been a pretty consistently Democrat state for, like, decades. So, that's pretty crazy. Like, they're even worried about that now. And then you have, like, the Democrat Senate candidates for Pennsylvania and Michigan using Trump in their campaign ads to try and connect themselves to him. So, shit's going crazy, man. Oh, come on, bro. Really? What happened? The whole ceiling fell on me. Damn. Alright, well, I think I'm out of... Oh, no, I have one pick. Keep looking around. Griffin, you ever use dating apps? Grant us thy wisdom once. No, well, I haven't used modern dating apps. I used Tinder back when it was still good in 2016 and 17 when I was in freshman year of college. But aside from that, no, I have not used them recently. So basically it's been like 8 years since I've used a dating app. So yeah, I'm not really well versed on that landscape at all.
I can't afford this shit!
Did you guys hear too that Clark County, Nevada, which is like the most liberal county in all of Nevada, had a 2-to-1 Republican to Democrat early voting turnout on day one? That's like insane, man. That's never happened before. So the energy is there, man. People are excited for Trump. They're showing up and voting, so get everybody you know to go vote, guys. It doesn't matter what state you're in. It doesn't matter if it's a blue state, a red state. Get out and fucking vote, man. Because not only are you going to help Trump win the popular vote, but you'll also help with all the Senate races, House races, local elections, you know, amendments to your state constitutions, new debt issues, all that type of shit. So go fucking vote. Like, it takes a few minutes, literally, if you go vote early in person. So go out there, make this shit too big to rig, man. Go do your part. Oh shit. Stream dashboard crashed. Shit. The election, typically the polls close on November 5th at 7 p.m. local time. Whatever that might be where you live, so go vote. Don't wait until election day, because like the thing is you show up, you're gonna have to wait for a few hours, worst case. You know, you may also have some bullshit like they pulled in Arizona last time where they shut down the polling stations before everybody could finish voting, citing technical issues. Like, do not leave it up to chance, guys. Go fucking vote. Get it banked and go, like, spend your time up until election time getting people you know to go vote. So that's the best use of everybody's time. Go spend 5 minutes getting your vote banked. You're done. You know it's good. And then use the rest of the time to go make sure everybody else you know does the same. Yeah, but dude, your vote doesn't matter. Exactly. You know, the fucking gay cat boy lover federal agent Fuentes wants every fucking person to be like, oh yeah, the Jews control the election anyway, dude. Like, yeah, go fucking kill yourself, buddy. You're literally a federal agent, but you know. Where's that list of all your contributors that you handed over to the FBI, Fed? Why'd you lie for months and say the government confiscated your bank account when you really had it the entire time, Fed? Yeah, he turned over the list of everybody who's ever given money on his, like, payment platform or whatever it's called. What's that code? Is it called, like, Cozy or some shit? His website? But yeah, basically whatever payment processor they used, basically he gave over all the transactional information from the website. So anybody that ever gave him money on his live streams, the government has a list of those people. Also, almost every single person that worked with him got arrested and got charged for diverting people into the Capitol on January 6th. Nick was literally on camera telling people to go inside and storm the Capitol, but he had 0 charges brought against him. And the people who worked with him got, you know, way harsher punishment than he did, even though they did less. So he fucking snitched on everybody and sold everyone out, basically, to the feds. So now he works as a disinformation, demoralization op to try and hurt, you know, right-wing movements. So he's now a demoralization agent to try and discourage people from voting for Trump. Isn't it odd that he was like such a big fucking MAGA peddler for all those years? And now all of a sudden he's turned against Trump for literally doing the exact same thing he did before? Like, Trump's been consistent, so why the hell did he become such a massive MAGA hater? When for years he was wearing Trump hats, you know, all that shit. So, it's just a little bit suspect. Also, why was he there on January 6th if he's such a big Trump hater now? You know? That's what all I'm saying, man. He got compromised hardcore when he got arrested and sold everybody down the fucking river. Now he's controlled op. Dude, Alex Jones being press secretary for a week would be absolutely fucking legendary. See if I can find my way back. A modern day Commodus? I don't know, bro, because Commodus like to sleep with other people's wives. Nick is more interested in sleeping with the husbands. Alright, I need to find my way out of here because I don't have any more picks. I always get lost in caves. That's where I was. Damn, that's a lot of coal. I need coal and iron, so that's why I'm down here. Oh, shit. Nice. Blue shit. That's what I always used to do whenever I used to play Minecraft with friends, is like I would just hoard as much iron and coal as I could. Because like it became so important late game, I guess. Not really late game, but when everybody already had like built their city or, you know, town or whatever, and it's like the last thing people want to do is sit there and mine iron and coal. But I would just sit there for like hours and hours and hours and do it. And then everybody would just like give me all the actual resources that you need later in exchange for like stacks of iron and coal, so it's kind of nice. Definitely haven't been over here. What if Griffin was a fed? I wish, man. Then I could have gotten some money. Griffin became an iron and coal yeah, exactly. But I would like harvest it all from like the immediate area. So it became hard to find late game. And then, you know, everybody was like, oh, I need this. I'm like, oh, well, yeah, just give me a stack of diamonds. And you can have like 7 stacks of coal. Sure. Because, like, I would go inside of all the caves and I would strip mine the immediate area and just, like, you know, molest the land. I guess rape the land is a better term. Of all those resources. So they were rare. Alright, shit, man. I'm actually fucking lost, dude. Maybe it was this way. Ooh, diamonds. Well, I'm glad regardless that I came this way. Yeah, I've definitely not been over here. Shit. Oh, that's gold. Damn, man, this is a nice cave. I love gold in this game. Gold is my favorite block. It looks the nicest. Just trying to find a torch. There's a torch over there. Oh shit, that's where I was. Fuck, I've just done a massive circle. Maybe it's this way.
I can't afford this shit!
Nope. I'm holding you hostage? What for? Why would I do such a thing? Definitely not that way. Dude, I have no clue. I'm stuck. Would I debate anyone? Who am I debating? And what on?
I can't afford this shit!
I'm not really a debate bro, but I guess. Dude, I would absolutely destroy Camel Toe. That would be easy. That shit would be light work. Alright, I know where this is. Pretty sure. Yeah, I think this is it. Oh, shit. Nothing. Damn. I got excited for nothing. Oh shit. Maybe I haven't been over here. I thought this was the mine shaft that I had been to before, but I guess not. Damn, bro, I really am lost. Yeah, because usually I like to systematically, like, explore these, but I think I fell through something at some point. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna have to dig up before I run out of pickaxe. See, I've been down here because there's lights and stuff. At least I think. But I'm gonna try to get as high up as possible before I dig down. Rid of that. Yeah, I really haven't been over here, I guess. I wonder where this is going to shoot me up out of. The good thing is my world's super flat, so... Oh, fuck. Damn. Wow, okay. I was not expecting to be over here. Alright. Yeah, well, I know where I am if I pop up anywhere in my world because I have coordinates to find where I need to go, so that's not too hard, but I didn't know the tunnel had taken me all the way over there. At least I have plenty of materials now. I left with a rich bounty. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, let me see. My bad. I haven't been reading the super chats. Hold on. Let me actually get these started before I do that. Here we go. Leafy should have just switched to Rumble, stayed active on whatever social, still didn't block him, gotten a hair transplant, and dropped some weight, but he has mental... Yeah, he's like brain fried off of Adderall, apparently. Like his brain is mush now because of Adderall addiction. Pretty sad, man. Alright, so let's see. Jocelyn Arden with the 2. Make a nether port. I have nether portals, just not in the city. And Raging Boar with the 5. Will the Spider-Man 2 review ever... Oh? Spider-Man 2. I have one. I'm assuming you mean with the title, right? Ryan Miller with the 5. I briefly watched MSNBC covering Trump working at McDonald's and claiming that it was a stunt, which, well, it was technically a stunt, which is why they're yeah, no, they don't want to acknowledge that Camel Toe lied about working at McDonald's, which is the reason why he's doing it, so that he can officially say he worked at McDonald's longer than she ever did. But they don't want to admit that she lied, because that wouldn't fit the narrative. No, I haven't been to the end or the nether really to do... I don't do any combat in Minecraft. This is on peaceful, so... Unless I happen across an ender... or an end portal and a bunch of free ender eyes, I'm not going to be going there. Yeah, he cooked a couple batches of fries, so he officially worked at McDonald's longer than she did, so that's the important part. Let's see, Oski with the 5, since you're playing Minecraft. Yeah, I can put that on. Let's see. Why is it not loading? There we go. Alright. And Juan with the 2, I'll put link in chat. RTU ear rape.
Skip it about sexually frustrated edgelords like Griffin Gaming love it. Hey Griffin,
cock.
you're pushing
I know
30
that's one
and
of your
saving
favorite
yourself for
words, you
marriage.
right-wing
You know what I
asshole?
call that?
Say,
You're a
come on,
fucking
cock.
incel who
Ask
just
real
can't get
fucking
it.
questions, cock. And don't be a
Griffin
fucking pussy
Gaming.
because you're a bigoted
He's saving
asshole
him.
too.
The guy who fucking talks so much shit all of a sudden has morality for marriage. You know who says that? People who can't have sex.
Let's see. U Generation with the 2. What's this? Hold on. Let me just go ahead and put everything in dark mode.
White goes high, Canadian says A, Mexican goes
I remember this. Sweeping hamster with a 5 coming in a suit feels like he thinks you're worth dressing up. Exactly. He's not gonna lower himself to meet you, basically. Or that, wait. Or that he came to see right after me. Well, the thing is, it's Trump, so Trump is gonna be himself regardless of who he's meeting. So he doesn't feel like he has to lower himself to meet like normal people, essentially. But yeah. Whereas like Biden or Camel Toe would be like dressed up like a cowboy or some shit because they're just, you know, pandering scum. Jesus Christ, this is obnoxious, man. Let's see. May 1st burst with a 5. I saw people on Twitter saying the Trump McDonald's shift was staged, dude. Oh yeah, I know. What a shock. Crazy. Like they were gonna let some random motherfucker come in and shoot it. Yeah, or drive up with a fucking bomb in their trunk to the drive-thru, you know. Obviously. It's just retarded, man. They're just such disingenuous fucking retards. iDubbbz had to declare he was still based and one in charge of wife's OnlyFans. He could come up with, I want to monetize sex with my spouse, edgy type of shit. Well, I don't even think he's monetizing sex with his spouse. He's just monetizing his wife being a whore, desperate for male attention. Like, I would almost have more respect for iDubbbz if he was doing OnlyFans and it was just him banging his wife on camera and he's like, yeah, don't you wish you were me, little cucks? Like, that would be a lot more base than, yeah, I like to think about other men jerking off to my girlfriend, who because the thing is they thought Trump was going to lose. So even then, TDS wasn't really a thing until he actually won. That's when TDS became an actual thing, I would say. That's when I think you could point to, like, the start of real TDS is when Trump started to win. And people were like, wait a second. You mean the 94% chance that Hillary is going to win isn't true? And then people started having to face the reality. Because, like, Trump was on all the late-night talk shows. He was on SNL. He was getting mainstream interviews all the time that were pretty fair. Like, everything. Up until he won. And then the media just immediately went like, nope, we're going to fuck you up. So, that's the thing, man. It's like, I don't know, man. That's when I think it actually hit, personally. But we'll see if it actually ever gets better. I highly doubt it, but dude, maybe once they realize that he's going to landslide victory this time, they'll just give up. There's no point. I don't understand why they're like so resistant to it, because Trump is literally a moderate, bro. It's crazy. Let's see. Delta with the 2, check the 2-minute video. Alright, I think I see it. Alright, and then Claus Mystery with the 50. Hilarious fact, she was sponsored by Sega and promoted Sonic that aged like milk. Well, I guess the autism community and the Sonic community probably are her target audience. And Wing Cake with the 5, I got Mexican friends saying Israel is like Texas, the Arabs are just taking what's theirs. What? But Jews owned the land before the Muslims even existed. What do you mean, like Texas? I don't know how Israel relates to Texas, man. And Claus Mystery of the 50, oh my, Spider Woke 2 DLC canceled, but I thought it did good, dude. People are saying the game did very well. It sold millions, that's right. Less than the original. Millions less than the original is the key part to add on. Let's see. Raging Boar with the 5. Oh my god, I just made a transparent background in DaVinci Resolve. Been struggling with it for a week. Now all I need is to get this video rendered. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't used that ever. I've just known that it's kind of similar to Premiere, but I'm pretty sure they have decent tutorials and stuff for it, hopefully. I know it's a pretty widely used software for the most part. And Rage Squit with the 6. As a non-American, I gotta ask you, how is it to have 2 options of it's not too... I mean, it helps narrow down the decision, I guess. But I mean, at this point, bro, like, our 2 political parties are almost the complete opposite when it comes to, like, Trump versus the Democrats. So, in a traditional election year, it's not really even 2 choices. It's just like, do you want the less extreme or the more extreme Democrat? So, it really just depends on what the candidates actually are. Trump is kind of an anomaly for us, where we actually have a legitimate choice. Like, for example, Mitt Romney versus Obama. Either one of them would have been absolutely fucking terrible, and both of them basically agree on the same shit, so it would have been a bad choice either way. And Elijah Petty with the 2, when will Review Tech USA video be released? Sometime tomorrow. I have to transfer the Stellar Blade footage off my computer to my thumb drive, which I guess I could do that now. Just got to sit there for a while. You win? Hopefully I said that right. With the 249, can I have the background music, please? Yeah, here. This is it. I'll tag you in it. There you go. May 1st burst with the 5. Apparently, Milo hates Nick Fuentes now, so he flew out the troon Nick was caught trying to get with and banged him. I don't even know what to say. Bro. Jesus Christ. What in the fuck? I thought Milo was a born-again straight man. But yeah, I remember when Milo was asked what type of gay guy Nick is, and he said he'd be the type of guy to get caught with a dead tranny in his hotel room. Not anymore, he relapsed? Uh-oh. So he craved the hairy man ass. Wild. Dude, I just don't understand how you could want to bang a dude. Like, honestly, that's just so gross. That shit's so gross. Did you see Andrew Tate have a meltdown over CoffeeZilla exposing him? Didn't that already happen like years ago with the whole Hustler University thing? Was there something new? I don't really follow Andrew Tate, so... Oops. I guess I should go take my treasure haul back over. Dude, the thing is that's funny about Andrew Tate is, like, he's the trashiest dude ever. Like, he's literally just one of those, like, new money scum types. You know what I mean? It's like guys that get money. Or I guess the better term would be something like...
Nigga!
Rich. That is Andrew Tate, man. That is literally what Andrew Tate is. He is...
Nigga!
Rich. That is Andrew Tate. All money, no fucking class. Nah, I think he thinks he's a lot smarter than he is. People who are genuinely smart don't have to go into combat sports, man. Combat sports is not exactly the pathway for an intelligent person. Combat sports is usually where you go when you don't have any other options in life other than getting beat up for a living. It's not really a pathway of intellectuals. So, yeah. Anything else I can buy? Oh. That's... Yeah, I think everything else goes outside. Yeah, that's because Candace Owens is on that fucking, you know, pro-Palestine grift, and Andrew Tate is an Islam simp, so, you know, they're two of a kind in that pursuit. They're both kind of a match made in heaven with that. They're both grifting Islam. Buff Garfield with the 2. Oh, there.
My mother twitted my fucking balls as part of the abuse, and she twisted my balls and my dick. No, my dad fucking masturbated in front of me and showed me pornography and asked me if I wanted to join in and encouraged me to touch him, and I fucking did. I did. I fucking did. I fucking did. I fucking did.
Hell yeah. Did it feel good though? Buff Garfield with the 2 and my balls and my dick. Hell yeah, man. That was the part I liked. An even star with the 5. Saw you played Returnal yesterday. Thoughts? Not for me. I don't like roguelikes, and it got very repetitive very quick. Also, did you see that Muslim streamer wished US soldier? Yeah, I saw that. She looks like a fucking disgusting toad. And she still isn't banned. And yeah, well, that's okay. You're allowed to say things that align with leftist ideologies, so. And leftists hate the military. Tim Marco the 7, in a recent interview with the CEO of Insomniac, Ted Price, and the creative director of Spider-Man 2, basically admitted the plot was left unfinished. Yeah, that's not surprising at all. That story was absolute dog shit. It felt like they tried to shoehorn in the campaign of 2 separate games into a 10-hour slot. Alright, let's see. There we go. Get rid of that. I enjoyed Spider-Goy too. I don't think so, man. And Buff Garfield with the 2.
7 inches? That's pretty big.
I don't even remember how I got to that cave I was just in. I don't even remember how I got in there. Maybe it was this way? No. Was it? Oh, I think it was this way. Yeah. And that also takes me out. Ryan Miller with the 5. The woke media are currently making excuses on why they're losing by claiming Trump is too old, Which is hypocritical considering Biden's... Yeah, exactly. They had no problem with Biden's crusty old corpse getting out on stage, but now all of a sudden Trump's too old, even though he's the one that lapped Biden mentally and forced him to drop out. Yeah, Trump is very... like, you can obviously tell he's slowed down a little bit compared to, like, 2015, but dude's, for almost being 80 years old, is, like, on fucking point, man. He is on point. Like, that's just naturally gonna happen when you get older, so... But yeah, Trump still runs laps around most people mentally. He's a smart guy. That's the thing, is Trump is smart. He may not be the most well-spoken, the most polite, the most, you know, gracious speaker, let's just say, but he is never going to be accused of being stupid. That guy is absolutely well above the average intelligence of the average person. So, that's not even up for debate. He's one of the smartest guys in the room, in any room he walks into. Like, he just has that natural instinct for decision making. And he knows how to work people, too.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Let's see. There we go. There's that place to plug up. Nice. Let's see, so Waterboy with the 19 months. Let's make America normal again. If only, man. That will take a lot of time, unfortunately. The problem is most people are just so dumb nowadays. We need to completely overhaul the education system and make sure people are actually, like, intelligent again. Most, like, people who come out of public school nowadays are literally illiterate. Like, that's just wild to think about. Like, most people can't even read. Like, we have a truly retarded population for the most part. Our education system is completely fucked. We have some of the dumbest people in society teaching people on how to be smart. That in and of itself will always be a failure. That will never end well. Nice. Go. Griffin for president? Dude, there's no way I could ever be president. That shit would never happen. I've been too honest online for that to ever occur, guys. Alright, I'm lost again. Fuck. Well, I'm not really lost because I know where I am, but... What about Emperor? I would do that. Gladly. If I could just get in there and be dictator for life, I absolutely would do that shit. Or at least dictator for 10 years or like 5 years or whatever the period of time. I would definitely do that. Absolutely, man. That would be fun. Emperor of the Imperium? Yeah, that's something that bothers me about, something that bothers me about, Warhammer is the name Imperium. It's kind of stupid. All it means is authority to rule, or lead, I guess is better. Like, it basically just means the authority to, like, you know, lead military troops. Like, if I have Imperium, it means I have the authority to command soldiers, essentially. So it's kind of a stupid name for an empire. Like, the empire should be not, like... I don't know. The whole thing's kind of dumb. It should be like the title of a military role. Like, the emperor has Imperium. It's not the name of something. It's like the name of a, like, ability or something. I don't know, dude. That name... The thing is they try to make everything sound Roman. So I understand why they did it. Like, Imperium sounds like Empire or Imperial. But... they could have just called it the Empire. Oh, nice. Gunpowder. Since I don't have creepers, that's a valuable resource.
I can't afford this shit!
Buff Garfield with the 2. Biggest dick is. Hell yeah, man.
This is a big ol' beefy boy.
That it is. And Rage Squid with the 2, especially if it's Emperor and not Imperator. Yeah, and an Imperator is literally not even a, like, noble rank or anything like that. It's just the commander of military units, I believe. So, the naming convention's very weird, if you ask me. Like, you would say an Imperator has Imperium. You wouldn't say that I govern the Imperium. It's just kind of stupid, because governing is included inside of Imperium. You would say, I have Imperium. You don't, like... it's just the naming convention. I understand what they were doing. They just wanted to make it sound Roman, but the problem is it's a real word, so... But, yeah. I don't know, man. It's pretty nitpicky on my part, but it still bothers me, because, you know, I guess it's my, tism flaring up, if you'd like. Damn, bro, there's a shit ton of coal in here. Wow. Wowie zowie. Is that gold? Nice. Sweet, dude. The best block. Let's see. New generation with the needs some edge for Minecraft gameplay. This can't be good. It's not going to be. Slaughter to prevail. Yeah.
Our time runs out and the river of life dries up before we realize who we are. I have to find out where I really belong in this world. What is destiny?
Oh my god. Alright, I'm taking my headphones off. I ain't trying to listen to all that. I'm too white to listen to that. Actual ear cancer? Yeah. Nah, that's white trash music. Not listen to Pete. Oh my god. I don't think anybody considers that peak, including your generation, who obviously sent it because he knew I would hate it. Uh-oh. Oh, bad question. Railroad tracks. Soy Casca with the final boss of Metaphor is so long that I had to stop for tonight because I literally started to feel physically ill. Great game of it. Yeah, it sounds like a typical JRPG boss, so... I don't know, did the Pedo Sona games have really long bosses or not? I never got far enough to actually figure that out. But, yeah. It's like people that complained about the final boss of Rebirth being long. It's like, bro, have you played JRPGs? Like, most of them have insanely long boss fights. Just, you know, it's kind of a trope of the genre. They like final boss fights to feel, I guess, final. Like a culmination of all your skills being tested. And endurance. I don't necessarily think short bosses are disappointing, but... it just depends on what you're doing. I don't know, I don't mind short bosses. I don't really care either way, to be honest, but... As long as it doesn't feel, like, repetitive to the point where it's like, okay, I'm just fucking bored. I just have to sit here for, like, 30 minutes doing the same shit for the sake of doing 30 minutes worth of the same thing. If it's actually, like, challenging and making you think and you're constantly having to do new things, like the Sephiroth fight, for example, like, there was a shit ton of different phases. It didn't feel like the exact same thing. Like, one of them you fought, you know, Genova, then you fought Sephiroth, then you fought his other, like, you know, you had to fight him in all the different forms, you had to fight Genova's wings, all sorts of shit, so... It felt variable enough to where it wasn't just like, okay, I'm doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. This is you generation's music, so don't ask me. I have my headphones off, I can't hear it. I don't know what y'all are listening to be honest.
Great brands, great prices.
Oh, I think it's over. Yes. Oh, I need to charge my watch. It's almost dead. Haven't charged it in 2 days. Persona 3's final boss is 14 phases. Final Fantasy 6's final boss is also long. Damn, bro. But at least Final Fantasy 6 you can get mad OP. I don't know about in Final Fantasy 6 or not. Or no, not Final Fantasy 6, Persona. That's like the benefit of Final Fantasy games, is you can break them if you try to make it easier. Phil rage quitting Persona 3's final boss is funny as fuck. Yeah, I rage quit Persona 3 because of the high school shit. I didn't even get to the final boss. The thing that I don't like about Metaphor and Persona is like the reliance on time. I hate time mechanics in video games. They're so unnecessary, man. Like, why do I need to be limited on how much I can do within a game before I do the next activity? And also, why do I have to wait a certain amount of time within a game before I do the next activity? Like, that's just really irritating me. I don't like that aspect of Atlas games. It's really unnecessary. It's like it adds nothing to the experience other than the irritation. Like, that was the worst thing about Final Fantasy 13 Lightning Returns is, you know, the time mechanic, which I guess made sense in the context of the game, but still I didn't like it. I bet if Kamala gave Griffin $1 billion to endorse her, oh yeah, fuck yeah, bro. I'd take the $1 billion and then spend, you know, 100 million of it on Trump ads. Shit, I'd be an idiot to not take her money, dumb bitch. What the fuck does my endorsement mean? Nothing. Yeah, I'd take the money and then spend 100 million of it on Trump ads and say, fuck you, camel toe. At least you can stop time in Final Fantasy 13, and it's quite yeah, you can do that, but still, it's just like, why does it need to be enabled at all? But yeah, I get what you mean. It's just an unnecessary stressor, in a way. It's like, okay, this makes the game less fun. You want to lay the pipe on camel toe? Bro, there's a bunch of geriatric bitches you can find. If you want a menopause mama, there's plenty of women that are old and want, you know, dicking down from a young buck. Ooh. Nice. Let's see, J Rose with a 5 with a 4070 GPU and an AMD Ryzen 7700X be a decent PC. Build a rival PS5 Pro. What would you get? Well, for me personally, I wouldn't get anything under a 5090 at this point, but I'm kind of a special case. But yeah, a 4070 should be more than enough, man, if that's what you're looking to do. The 4070 is a pretty decent card, so you should be good for a while with that. That'll definitely do better than the PS5 Pro. But yeah, I'm not really a pro on PC parts, man, so I can't really tell you the optimal way to spend your money. But yeah, that would definitely be better. I've never heard good things about AMD. Yeah, me neither. I've only heard horror stories about them. I had a few friends that had AMD GPUs and they constantly had problems with them. I just don't really see a reason why you would buy an AMD GPU over a over an Nvidia one. Like, it just doesn't really make sense. Nvidia's just better. Like, if you're already gonna spend all that money, you might as well get the better product. I don't know. Nvidia's scummy. I know, man. Fuck them. I got exactly what I paid for. Fuck Nvidia, bro. Let's see. So, Buff Garfield with the 2, I linked best song in one of my I don't think you can send links, man. Just put the title. And Soycast Guy with the 20, watch Synth's new video and remix. Figured you might as well, considering his channel might get... I don't think his channel's gonna get banned, man. As long as he destroys his stream archive off his channel, he should be fine. Also, it's pretty good, having watched it myself. Remember to vote for Trump and early. But yeah, we can check it out. But I don't think his channel's going anywhere, bro. He just needs to get rid of his live streams, which I don't know if he's done or not. Yeah, he just needs to tone it down a little bit with the JQ shit, I feel like, is the thing that's probably going to get him in trouble more than anything. Did you guys hear about that thing about Sneeko's dumbass? Apparently he like went on a rampage about how wonderful of a country Haiti is and how the media lies about Haiti and how great it is and blah blah blah. Like basically he's one of those. And he went to Haiti to try and disprove the people who were talking shit about it. And when he got there, because it was so shitty, he's now blaming it on Christianity. I shit you fucking not, bro. He's trying to say that Christianity is the reason why Haiti is a fucking shithole. What a fucking retard, man. What Islam does to a motherfucker. Fries their brain cells, because it's the only way they can defend their pedophile prophet that rapes 9-year-olds and creates trash bag laws for women to prevent himself from raping them too. Islam is a religion of rape. Tell Sneeko that and see how he reacts. Yeah, I think Islam actually does have the lowest IQ distribution, unironically. Give me all these fossil fuels, dude. They should add oil to Minecraft. That shit would be based. I'm surprised the crazy lefties at Microsoft haven't added fucking solar panels to combat coal in this game. Or fucking wind turbines or some bullshit. I don't care about mods. I only talk about official release stuff. Mods are irrelevant to me. I don't mod. I play the vanilla version of games. None of that kinky shit. Oh, fuck. Damn it. I didn't want to fall down there. There we go. What is the trans academy stealing people's monies and penises? There was a study and the average IQ in Gaza is 60. That's actually lower than a gorilla, FYI. I think gorillas have IQs of like 70, FYI. The average gorilla, I think, like not even shitting you, has like an IQ in the 60s. $80 is considered retarded? Yeah, that wouldn't shock me. Like, 100 should be the cutoff for being normal. I mean, it technically is, at least among certain demographics. Yeah, triple digits should be the minimum. Sub 100 IQ is scary to think about. Those people should not vote. Like, let's see. Hold on. Let's check. So, Gaza average IQ. Alright, that's a tweet. I don't trust that. Let's see. So, in a sample of 257 children age 5.5 to 12, the average IQ was 85. Let's see, so IQ scale. Let's check what that is. So they're in the category of borderline mental disability. IQs by country. Let's see. So number 1 is Hong Kong with 106, Japan 106, Singapore 106, Taiwan 106, China 104, South Korea 103, Netherlands 101, Finland 101, Canada 100, North Korea 100, Luxembourg 100, Macau 100, Germany 100, Switzerland 100, Estonia 100, Australia 99, UK 99, Greenland 99, Iceland 99, Austria 99, Hungary 99, New Zealand 99, Belarus 99, Belgium 98, Norway 98, Sweden 98, Slovenia 98, Denmark 98, Cambodia 97, France 97, United States 97, Poland 96, Czechia, I don't know how you say that. It's 96, Russia 96, Spain 96, Ireland 95, Italy 95, Croatia 95, Latvia 95, Lithuania 95, Israel 93. That's actually interesting. It's probably because they have a lot of Arabs there. Because I know Jewish people have like the highest IQ among ethnic groups. Mongolia 93, Portugal 93, Bermuda 92, Bulgaria 91, Greece 91, Ukraine 91, Vietnam 91, Kazakhstan 89. Let's go to the bottom. So Sierra Leone 52, Guatemala 55. Gambia 55, Guinea 56, Ghana 61, Central Africa 63, Congo 64, Cameroon 67, Yemen 67, Honduras 67, Ethiopia 67, Belize 67, Nigeria 68, Somalia 69, Zambia 69, South Africa 69, Morocco 71, El Salvador 72, Angola 72, Senegal 73, Zimbabwe 74, Tanzania 74, Kenya 74, Jamaica 74, Uganda 75, Chad 75, Syria 76, Sudan 77, Saudi Arabia 77, Madagascar 77, India 77, Egypt 78, Ecuador 79, Bolivia 79, Palestine 80. There you go. There you go, man. 80 for Palestine. Qatar 80, Oman 80, Kuwait 80, Indonesia 80. That's also a Muslim country. Peru 81, Pakistan 81, Jordan 81, Afghanistan 81, Lebanon 82, Dominican Republic 82, United Arab Emirates 82, Albania 82, Venezuela 83, Colombia 83, Iran 83, Philippines 83, Brazil 83, Bahrain 83, Cuba 84, Fiji 84, Bahamas 84, Montenegro 85, Sri Lanka 85, Georgia 86, Turkey 87, Mexico 87, Argentina 87, Romania 88, Iraq 88, Costa Rica 88, Chile 88, Serbia 89, Thailand 89. Alright, we're back to where I was. There you guys go. That gives you an idea, I guess, of the IQ scores. So yeah, Middle Eastern countries and African countries are the lowest. And South American. So South American, African, and Middle Eastern are all kind of in the same range of being very, very low in the mental disability category. So yeah, anything below 69 is mild mental disability. So yeah. Most of the Middle East, Africa, and South America is between borderline mental disability and mild mental disability. And remember, that's average, so half the population is below the average. And as Trump says, they're not sending their best. Well, the reason why Mexico has such a high IQ score is because Mexicans ethnically are more white than native at this point. Like, most Mexicans have European heritage, so... But yeah, you saw, like, all the Asian and white countries were at the top of the list, so... Griffin says I'm white, I knew it. Well, yeah, you probably are part white if you're Mexican, bro. There's very few people in Mexico that are considered to be native at this point. Griffin trying to say you're retarded if you're black. If you're born in Africa, you most likely are. Product of your environment, unfortunately. IQ is very much dependent on how your brain develops, so yes, it is environmental to a certain degree. The human brain is not just like one... It's not like literally an unchanging thing from birth. Your mind develops as you age and develop as a human being and grow. So... yeah, if you grow up in an environment where your brain is constantly challenged, it has to learn and adapt, you're around other intellectually, you know, gifted people as well growing up, you're naturally going to be smarter than someone who grows up in a straw hut, you know, barely able to find clean water. Not to mention the nutritional aspect and everything else. Like, if you're lacking the basic nutrients for your brain to develop as a child, that would definitely affect your mind. Which brown is superior? Ooh, that's a good question, man. I would say those type of Latina chicks that you can barely even tell that they're Latina other than the face. Like, I guess, you know, like your average chick from, I guess, like, light-skinned chicks from Colombia, I guess would be a good one. Or Argentina.
Can't afford this shit!
Let's see. So, fuck. Buff Garfield with the 2. Type Scott Morrison Cole makes me see. Cole makes me come? What the fuck?
You and your family, the essential services you rely on. Right now, as a criminal, the thing I love is corruption. Fuck you. Other cunt facing floods and the bushfires when disasters strike. I'm ready to go.
What the fuck?
Cold makes me hard. Cold makes me come. My dick isn't always hard, but cold, and it's only getting harder. Cold makes me hard. Cold makes me come. But the thing I love about coal is it doesn't run away in the disasters. All loads build up. And when those loads burn up, well, we know what happens. It makes me hard when I think about coal. New South Wales used to party hard. And we ended all of that. So we could have more coal. The destroying of fun. I want you cunts to know I am a criminal with a capital C. I love coal. I am a criminal. Mr. I want to destroy the world. Coal makes me hard. Coal makes me come. My dick isn't always hard to coal, and it's only just.
What in the fuck?
Bullying. I want you cunts to die. China. Being racist get me. Hey, it's Australia's fault that I'm such a cunt. This election is a choice. But the destroying of lives, people would die. Attention's genocide.
PM, I think we're going to have to move on.
Sure.
That was something. An Aussie, bro. And let's see. Claus Mister of the 50. Juan, shut your whore mouth. You're as brown as I am, but compared to you, my mom's father's side at least helped develop Mexico. Fucking retard. And then also Claus with the 50. Sometimes I see what's going on in Gringo Land, and I worry about my I worry about my Republican uncle from Las Vegas. He's a Trump supporter and very vocal about it. Well, tell him to go fucking vote, bro. Because it looks like Nevada's gonna flip, so. Nevada's probably gonna flip this time. Trump's way up in the polls now. Yeah, Claus is a Mexican supremacist, dude. As in, he thinks he is the superior form of a Mexican to everybody else. I've noticed that. Claws is like a woman, they don't exist. True. That is also possible. And women don't exist, otherwise I would have talked to one by now. Facts. If women are real, how come I never talk to them, man? Makes you think, huh? Did you guys hear today about Trump bragging about Arnold Palmer's Schmeat? Did y'all see that shit? That was funny as fuck, man. Y'all didn't hear about that? Bro, it was funny. He was holding a rally, basically, at, like, the hometown of Arnold Palmer, like the golfer. And basically he was saying, yeah, all the old pros used to talk about whenever he used to come out of the shower, like, watch out. It's like, bro. Basically, he was, you know, basically swinging one of those Arnold Palmer cans between his legs. I guess that's how they sized the cans, man. You know, like the cans of Arnold Palmer's you get at the fucking store? I'm guessing that is a life-size representation. But yeah, dude, that shit was funny. Trump is fruity? I don't know, man. There's nothing wrong with admiring, you know, another man and being like, yeah, bro's packing, dude. It's not gay if it's one of the homies, man. There's nothing wrong with looking over at the guy at the urinal next to you going, haha, nice cock, man. You know? Hey, dude, no homo and all, but I just wanted to say, you got a great penis. Be like, oh, thanks, bro. It's nice of you to notice. You're not too shabby yourself. There's nothing gay about that, guys. Come on. Why are you trying to make every wholesome interaction between bros gay? Not everything has to be homo. Women walk up to other women and say they got nice tits all the time or whatever. So, I don't see why it matters if guys do it with each other too, dude. But yeah. Rant over. What porn brain rot has done. Well, yeah, that's the thing, bro. Is like back in the day, like, you know, that's why old guys, whenever you go to like a gym or whatever, they just walk out of the shower without a towel on or like they don't care. Like they don't think about it that way. They're not like, oh yeah, I better cover up because a bunch of dudes are gonna jerk off to me naked. Like they're not thinking that way because they don't have porn brain rot in the same way that a lot of like younger guys do. Like, if you see another man naked, you're not supposed to be like, oh my god! Like, who cares? It's another dude. Are you gonna try to fuck him, homo? Like, I don't know, man. That's the thing. It's like, it's not really weird unless you make it weird, in a sense. Well, yeah, nobody wants to see it, but it's not inherently sexual is the point I'm making. Like, the guy's not walking out of the shower with his meat out to try and seduce a bunch of other guys. He's just walking out of the shower. Like, that's it. Like, a lot of people think it's like some coded thing to try and, like, you know, get you interested or something. That's what I'm talking about. Like, not everything by default is like some gay dude trying to flaunt to, like, you know, pull in his next lover, in a sense. But yeah, old people don't think about that type of shit that way, because they're from a different era where, you know, you'd rather be dead than gay. Being gay wasn't, like, a common thing back then, so they don't even think about it that way at all. It was just, like, assumed that everybody was straight, so nobody gave a shit. Griffin in the locker room trying to slap every dude's junk and ass. Oh, yeah, man. Wow, have you been squatting? I feel like that shit could crack a fucking walnut. Yeah, it's like Diddy with the eggs, man. Put a fucking hard-boiled egg in their ass, and if it cracks, then they're not ready for anal yet. Bro. That shit is so depraved, man. That shit is so fucking depraved. Jesus. These are the gangsters, though, man. Yeah, that's like a real fucking thing that Diddy used to do. And there's like pictures of like that dude Russell Brand, for example, Katy Perry's ex-husband. And it's like him standing with Diddy holding an egg. And it's like, well, we know what that was for now. He'd put the egg in his ass. And if the egg cracked, then it meant you weren't ready for anal. And you had to go back to like loosening up, essentially. Fucking depraved, man. Absolutely depraved. Let's see. There we go. Clause Mystery of the 50, I would vote Trump just out of revenge to the 100+ wolves that have directly hurt me, like Juan and Jethro, 2 Wokies. Hell yeah, dude. Vote the Don. But I guarantee you Diddy was a federal agent. He was probably an asset to, like, entrap people. That's how the FBI operates. They try to make you guilty of a crime so then they can later find you guilty of it, even if you would have never done it in the first place without them prompting you to. Pretty shitty. Yeah, the only camel toe supporters are like ultra leftist whites and then some minorities. That's about it. There's sure as shit, man, not many of them. I mean, even in my area, dude, like, well, I've kind of helped with that, but all of the camel toe signs and like the medians of the road are gone. Even the ones I didn't pluck out. But there's plenty of Trump signs and nobody's touching those. So I think once I started pulling up the ones in like the medians on the road, other people joined in. Because like there were a few I was waiting to get when nobody was around. Because like they were at busy intersections and stuff. But yeah, somebody else grabbed them. So someone was inspired by my work. Oops. That would have been bad. Yeah, Camel Toe is one of the most astroturfed candidates ever, so there's no, like, real organic support for her. Other than fucking, you know, ratchet hoes and miserable liberal white women. Everything else is artificial. Ooh, nice. Alright, hopefully this doesn't break. Oh, fuck.
I can't afford this shit!
There we go. Alright, I need to make my way out now. Oh, shit. Alright, now let's see if I can find my way out. Is the question. Alright, that looks promising. Nope. Nope. Alright, that looks right. Possibly. Nope. Damn, man. Why do I always get so lost in here? It's irritating. Let's see, Tony Esquire with the 5. So, Griffin, I'm going to look at some 2022 Teslas tomorrow, Model 3 performance models. I rode in one. It's pretty dope. What are your thoughts? Be very careful about buying pre-owned Teslas. They're not really the best type of cars to buy pre-owned, man, because the battery only lasts about 5 years. And once that happens, you basically have to pay the price of a car to replace it. Replacement batteries in Teslas are extremely expensive. Like, I think it's $15,000 to $20,000 to replace the battery, and you have to do every 5 years, I believe. So, just be careful about that.
I can't afford this shit!
I'm trying not to use my pickaxe because I need it to get out if worst case comes, because this is why I like to stick to strip mining if I can, because you can find a clear way in and out. Nope. Yeah, I'm tempted to break my 4-year streak of no McDonald's orders to, you know, show my support for, I guess, McDonald's. I don't know what I would order, though. For hosting the God Emperor. Because you know all the lefties are going to start boycotting it, dude. And then they'll be back within a few weeks. I'm gonna cry all the way to... Nah, I'll get it fucking delivered. My name ain't Jordy Jordan. So, I don't have to cry all the way to McDonald's. I can cry on my couch while I wait for it to come Uber Eats. Get a Happy Meal? That's right. There you go. And I can get a toy, dude. Worth. Damn, alright, I'm like fucking stuck, man. Where's Step Bro when you need him? How do you escape your 1780 dead-end job? You gotta apply for more jobs, man. While you're at your job, apply to other jobs that will pay you more. You could also get, like, you know, technology certifications. You could learn a coding language. You could go into a trade. There's a lot of different options. But you got to do something. You're not just going to magically have more money spawn in your account. Alright, well, I guess I'm fucked again. This is going to suck, too, because my pickaxe is going to run out. I'm gonna have to sit here and beat fucking rocks. Alright, it won't be too bad. Here we go. Why does Synthetic Man not want to do YouTube anymore? He shouldn't let one strike get him that down, man. He's tired of reviewing slop? Then why doesn't he make, like, retrospective reviews and shit? Like, he won't get as many views, but he can at least make money and do something he likes. He could also do movie reviews too, which take way less effort. There we go. I hit dirt. Hallelujah. Oh, wow. Damn, I'm way over here. I guess it's good I didn't come up through that thing. Imagine how long that would have taken. Jeez. Soy Casco, the 5 of you don't leave the cave in 30 seconds. You voted for Camel Toe. Better hurry. Well, I already cast my vote, so it's alright. What day did I vote? You can check my community tab. I'm not sure exactly the date. I think it was like a week after Virginia started the early voting. So like maybe the 27th or something of September. Jared from Subway? That's right. Well, I don't know why people were surprised about Jared from Subway, bro. His whole thing was eating fresh, and it doesn't get much more fresh than a 7-year-old.
Gaming.
I voted to keep cuties in Netflix. Oh, yeah, I did. Was there actually a vote to do that, or did they get rid of it? Trump just posted the picture of him at McDonald's. That's fucking based, waving out the window. Yeah, they have to shut down the McDonald's, bro. Secret Service is not going to let him have a restaurant open with random people allowed to come in and out. It's not going to happen with Secret Service around. Trump should endorse the Switch too. Yeah, I think he should too, man. They should host the announcement at his rally. Bro, what? Hold on. I just opened up Twitter and apparently there's this Richard Nixon quote that says, "There are times when an abortion is necessary. I know that when you have a black and a white."
Bruh.
That's why he got impeached. Not because of the hotel shit. That's why, bro. He was too based! Let's see. So Merc with the 5 legit looked up Trump on Google and saw articles about camel toe and how prepare MAGA, she's going to win. Articles totally not a sign. Oh yeah, dude. Google is so full of shit. They don't even try to hide their bias at this point. They don't even try to hide it, man. Shameful. That's how you know Trump is winning. He's having fun with his kid. Yeah, exactly, man. He's out there doing bucket list activities. Yeah, every poll is right-wing now, even though they're still oversampling Democrats, so... Yeah, the same polls that had her up 5% now are, you know, right-wing fucking, you know, fake news, essentially. Now, you know, it's just right-wing bullshit. The reality is Trump was never not up. It's just the media and the pollsters collectively tried to astroturf the campaign and convince people that they actually liked her. There's nothing organic about anything surrounding Camel Toe. Yeah, it makes Trump look human, which is what the Democrats constantly try to do, is dehumanize Trump. And him sitting there working at McDonald's, having a good time, talking to people normally, and just looking like an average guy is exactly what they're terrified of, because they've hyped up, you know, Trump as like the Antichrist dude who hates poor people and, you know, is only in it for himself and is just a shitty rich guy who wants to screw everybody over, blah, blah. Like, they don't want to put him in positions like that where he looks human. They fucking can't stand that shit. Oh, she is a terrible candidate. They were idiots for letting her become the nominee. McDonald's just went on the record today and officially put out a statement saying Kamala Harris never worked at McDonald's. This means Kamala Harris lied about her resume on top of lying about her heritage and her grandmother's identity. Interesting. So I guess corporate put out a statement now in addition to the branch, or I guess franchise, that she supposedly worked at. Because that's all it was previously, was the franchise came out and said, no, she never worked here. Now the actual corporate organization of McDonald's came out and said, yeah, she never worked there. That's fucking based, man. Dude, I bulked up on McDonald's and the last time in McDonald's never failed. Yeah, McDonald's is actually not bad from a macro perspective if you just eat like the cheeseburgers. It's the fries that are the killer at McDonald's. That's the thing that's really bad for you, is the fries and shit, and the like sodas. But McDonald's like double cheeseburgers are actually pretty good macro-wise. No, not because of the salt, because of the fucking oil. Dude, anything fried is terrible for you. Anything fried is absolutely awful for you. All French fries are is potatoes soaked in grease. Anything that's fried in grease, butter, or anything that's calorically dense is terrible for you. Like McDonald's double cheeseburgers, I think have what, like 300 something calories? And the large fries have like 900? So, yeah. Hold on, let's see. McDonald's double cheeseburger calories. 437. So if you got 3 of those, that's only 1,200 calories. Now let's see. McDonald's large fries calories. Ooh, I see 600, and then I see 480. Why? But yeah, either way, like, think about that. You're getting the fucking... A large fry is more calories than a fucking whatever. Actual, like, whole-ass sandwich. And the thing is, too, is if you just take the bun off of a McDonald's cheeseburger and just eat the meat and the cheese, then it's way less than that anyway. So you could literally just get, like, 4 McDonald's double cheeseburgers, take the buns off, or at least take the top half of the buns off, and you would probably have a pretty, actually, like, generally healthy meal for what it is. I mean, obviously it's McDonald's, so it's not amazing. But yeah, if you skip the bun, then it's actually pretty good for you. Dude, like, McDonald's double cheeseburgers are the only thing I used to like from McDonald's. I didn't like the chicken sandwiches. I've never had a Big Mac. Double quarter pounders are fine too, but I don't know, man. McDonald's double cheeseburgers, like, they used to slap, bro. Like, as a kid, that was one of my favorite things. Like, I never liked Wendy's, wasn't a huge fan of Burger King, but, bro, like, the simple McDonald's double cheeseburger back when it was on the dollar menu was an absolute W. Like, that's what's crazy, man, is the double cheeseburger used to be on the dollar menu. So you could get, like, you know, 2 of those, a large fry, and a drink for, like, $4. It was great. Yeah, it used to be. I think they're, like, 3 something now, right? Let's see. Double cheeseburger. How much is it? No, I want cost. I don't care about the nutrition info. How much is it? Let's see. Double cheeseburger is $4.39. Damn, man. Jeez. That's crazy. Like, almost $5 for a double cheeseburger now. Shit. That's not even worth eating. Like, bro, you can go buy a steak for $10. I can go to the grocery store and get a 1-pound New York strip for like $10. Fuck. fuck, man. Oh, ribeyes are the best cut of steak, but if you're trying to get a lean cut of beef, then a New York strip's better. Ribeyes have more fat, which is why they taste better, but yeah, the best cut of meat, you will never convince me otherwise, is a good, thick ribeye. Hands down. Way better than fillets, way better than porterhouse or T-bones. They are the best cut. Tomahawk steak? Well, that's a ribeye. Tomahawk ribeyes are literally just a ribeye with the bone attached. When I cut the fat off of my steak, I give it to Apollo. So he gets the steak fat typically, which he likes. So he enjoys that. Well done. Dude, I hate ketchup. Ketchup is gross. I don't eat it. Pork definitely tastes better. But it's kind of trash. Wait, what? Pork does not taste better than red meat, man. At all. Red meat has actual flavor. Chicken and pork are kind of flavorless. I don't really like anything super sweet, so I'm not really a sugar guy. But yeah, I like tomatoes, I like marinara sauce, I like pasta sauces, vodka sauce, like all that's fine. I just don't like ketchup. Sugar and tomatoes is just bleh. Yeah, I used to eat my fries plain. You want to know the biggest fat ass thing I used to do when I used to get McDonald's as a kid? I haven't done this in probably like a decade, man. But the best thing to do is go to McDonald's, get a chocolate milkshake, and then dip your fries, especially if they're salty, in the milkshake. That shit absolutely slaps, man. Like, that'll change your life, bro. That's really good. I haven't done, like, the thing is I stopped getting McDonald's milkshakes because they changed them. And they did, like, the whole McCafe shit and ruined the milkshakes. So I stopped getting them, like, over a decade ago when they made that change. But, bro, that used to go so fucking hard, man. Like, take your, like, French fry, especially when they're super salty, dip it in your chocolate milkshake, and that shit absolutely slaps. Like, you get the salty, sweet, just, like, combination. It's really good. But yeah, Five Guys, I've done that. It's not as good because McDonald's has like the extra crispy French fries. So it just works best with McDonald's fries. But yeah, it's a really good combo. But yeah, it's like one of the most fat ass things. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. If you get a milkshake and fries, I don't really see the big deal of eating both of them at the same time. But yeah, you'll look like a fucking fat ass if you do it. Like, people will look at you weird, like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? But trust me, it's good. Every single person I've recommended it to has loved it, so I guess before you die, try it once. But yeah, it's really good. Would recommend. But yeah, it sounds like such a fat ass thing to do, but it is good. I've never had Wendy's fries, so I don't know how they are. But McDonald's fries are very crunchy and, like, I guess structurally sound, so you can dip them easily. Five Guys, their shakes are too thick and the fries are too flimsy. Yeah, you need crispy fries to do it, otherwise it's like, meh. I've never had a McFlurry. But I used to really like Slurpees as a kid. I used to get them pretty regularly, I would say. Back when they had like the really based flavors, like the Mountain Dew, like Game Fuel. They had like Monster Energy one. Like, bro, I still have some of my Slurpee cups from when Halo 3 came out. Actually. Like, I still have my Halo 3 Slurpee cups to this day. And then also I have like the Monster Black Ice Slurpee cup as well too. But yeah, they're really cool. They used to have like these really cool special Slurpee cups that you would get for like collabs and stuff. They don't do them anymore. But yeah, I still have them. But yeah, that shit slaps, man. Now I kind of want to dip French fries in a milkshake again. But the problem is like just drinking a milkshake would probably make me ill. I would dip my fries in it and then throw out the rest. Jethro's Fried Chicken Emporium with a 5. Mute Jethro, he didn't vote for Trump. Alright. I'm guessing that's a clause alt. Soycast guy with a 5, Mute Emmanuel, aka the Jew Imposter. He eats too much McDonald's and has gotten fat. Bigly. Alright. Although if that was a clause alt, it would be in pesos, so it's somebody else. Dude, I forgot. Oh, wait, what was... I forgot. I had something sweet recently, and it made me feel sick the entire day. I don't remember what it was, though. It was like a few months ago. Bro, really, like, at this point, like, sugar kind of fucks my stomach up. So, it just makes me feel like crap. They inject chemicals in it to make you hungry. Well, it's not to make you hungry, it's to make you crave it. So they like chemically compose the food in a way to get you addicted to it, basically. Chick-fil-A's fries are alright. I'm not really a big French fry person, to be honest. I've never really ordered fries from Chick-fil-A. I'd rather just get more nuggets. Like, that's what I used to get from Chick-fil-A was, like, what is it, like a 12-count nugget and then a sandwich? That was, like, my order from Chick-fil-A. Was, like, a sandwich, a 12-count nugget, and then, like, a large lemonade. That's what I used to get from Chick-fil-A. I feel like you have to get the lemonade when you go to Chick-fil-A, because, bro, that shit is fucking amazing. Chick-fil-A lemonade is peak. It's like the best lemonade you'll ever have. Dude, especially when you're sick. I don't know what it is, but when you're like sick with like a sore throat or you have like a cough or you're really congested, like Chick-fil-A lemonade is so strong. Like not only can you actually taste it, but it feels really good on your throat for whatever reason, even though it's acidic. Like, I don't really understand why, but whenever I'm sick, man, Chick-fil-A lemonade just hits different. But yeah, it's like I ordered Chick-fil-A when I was sick last time. Because I used to get their chicken noodle soup as a kid because it was really good. But bro, they've shrank the fucking size of that dramatically. It's like literally a fourth the size that it used to be. You get like this tiny ass little bowl compared to like a massive bowl you used to get. Kind of blew. It was like, damn, wow. They're fucking gypping the shit out of you nowadays. I just got bigger? I don't think so, man.
I can't afford this shit!
Shadow Evil with the 5 at my McD's. Coke Zero is getting replaced with Hawaiian Punch. And and also I guess the McRib is coming back nationwide. I've never had a McRib in my entire life. I've never had a McRib in my entire life. You don't know anyone that likes the McRib? I've never had it, so I couldn't tell you. What I wish is for them to bring back the all-day breakfast. Yeah, the problem with the all-day breakfast was it was a different menu at every single location, not to mention apparently it was a logistical nightmare for the franchise owners because McDonald's like entire operation is so like, I guess, optimized that it's very hard to do two different menus at once. But I don't know. I guess it didn't work out. That's why they got rid of it. Because McDonald's is all about optimization, so if something's not making money, they change it. So something had to not be working. Either people weren't ordering it enough, or it became such a pain in the ass because of the different menus. Because, like, I remember when they did the all-day breakfast, like, one of the locations didn't do Egg McMuffins, one only did sausage Egg McMuffins, one only did McGriddles, and it was like, ew, yeah, no thanks. One only did biscuits, and it's like, okay, well, I don't want to have to go to a certain location just to get one menu item. It's, like, annoying. But, yeah. I have never once had breakfast at Subway. Dude, Taco Bell had really good breakfast. I remember that. I haven't had it recently, so I don't know if it's still good, but bro, those breakfast, like, bacon crunch wraps or whatever, dude, those things fucking slap. I love those. Those are actually really good. But I would get it without the hash brown. So I guess it's technically not a crunch wrap anymore, but yeah. What's wrong with the hash brown? I'm not really a big hash brown fan. Why is this song familiar? It's from Mario Kart. I think it's Moo Moo Meadow or whatever, if I remember correctly. Shadow Evil with the 5. Most likely they stopped all-day breakfast because constantly changing the ovens, grills, and fryers between breakfast and lunch stuff was a nightmare. Yeah, that's what I heard. It was like constantly having to pull out different fucking, you know, ingredients, having to adjust the temperature. Yeah, because, you know, McDonald's is all about, like, getting shit out quickly. So if you're constantly having to change the kitchen, like, settings and everything like that, it becomes a pain. And then you have issues with, like, waste and all that type of stuff if things aren't cooked correctly, so. And it slows everything down, too. Oh, that's right. Call of Duty comes out this week. I forgot. Dude, I don't have it. Like, honestly, it kind of sounds shitty to say, but I don't have any excitement for it. They've done a really shit job of getting people excited for it, man. I feel like there's been no hype at all. Do you guys feel the same? Like, where's the promotional shit? Like, Where's the Mountain Dew collabs? Where's the commercials? Like, there's no marketing or anything, man. It's so boring. Like, let's see. Hold on. Mountain Dew Black Ops 6. Let's see if they did anything. Yeah, they're not doing anything. Black Ops 6 marketing. Collab. Black Ops 6 X Corsair. That's boring. Dude, I don't see anything. How boring, man. Let's see, Black Ops 6 double XP promotion. Monster Energy. And it says a maximum of 1 hour of double XP can be redeemed per participant. Wow, that's fucking lame, man. You can only get an hour of double XP and it's shitty fucking Monster. Wow, bro. That's a massive L, dude. It should be Mountain Dew and Doritos, man. It's not a Call of Duty promotion without Mountain Dew and Doritos. Same with Halo. Same with every major game. I don't want to buy other shit. Unless it's Red Bull. If it's Red Bull, I can live with that. As long as it's on the sugar-free cans. But, yeah. Every other energy drink fucking sucks. Dude, I remember they did it with pizza rolls one year. That shit was actually fire, because, you know, pizza rolls are good. So I didn't mind buying those. I forgot what game did it with that. I remember I bought the pizza rolls. A collab with Soylent? They might as well, man. Bro, you know what are really good, though? Those bagel bites. I used to have, like, one of those little toaster oven thingies. And, bro, I used to put, like, just bagel bites on, like, a piece of tinfoil. Absolutely slapped. Bagel bites are top tier. Everything is just a G Fuel collab. Yeah. Yeah, the pizza bagels, man. Those are good. Final Fantasy VII Remake did a promotion with Butterfinger. I didn't see that. I just took a chug of G Fuel, so yeah. I do. Griffin gonna get those roid rages? Well, if I started taking steroids, then yeah. It's weird. I think, honestly, the worst Mountain Dew flavors is the base one for them. Yeah, I agree. Another really bad Mountain Dew flavor is Voltage. But that, I think Code Red's better than Voltage, personally. But yeah, Major Melon was good. The Walmart exclusive flavor was good. I can't remember the name. What was the other one I liked a lot? Baja Blast is obviously fire. Yeah, Frostbite. That one was good. My favorite Mountain Dew flavor, which they got rid of, was Whiteout. Bro, Whiteout is elite. That is like the best Mountain Dew flavor ever. But they got rid of it, so fuck them. Yeah, I used to get, like, me and my friends used to walk to a gas station at lunch in high school. So, yeah, I used to get Mountain Dew Whiteout, or I would get, like, those brisk lemonades. That was, like, I guess my go-to drink when I was younger. But, yeah, Whiteout and then, like, the brisk lemonades I like, too. They're getting rid of Major Melon now? L. Griffin keeps his college degree in one of them storage units? No, I think my parents have it. I don't know where my college degrees are, to be honest, man. I think my parents have them. Because they would have been shipped to my parents' house, I'm pretty sure, because that would be the address that the colleges would have on file when I applied. So, I don't know where they are. I assume they have them. Somewhere. But yeah, I don't know where my like bachelor's degree or my master's degree is. I've never actually seen them either. That's the other thing too. I don't even know what they look like. So, no idea. I guess I could always call my colleges and be like, hey, do you mind sending me another one? And they'll be like, yeah, it'll be like $500. Be like, never mind. I don't really need the piece of paper, bro. It's the same thing with my YouTube play button. I don't even know where the fucking thing is. I don't care about it. I'm not really an awards type person. Well, regular Coca-Cola is the best soda ever. So, that's like genuinely the only soda I miss. I love Coke. Coca-Cola is the best soda ever. Period. Because it's got like a spicy taste to it. It's great, and it's not too sweet either. Pepsi tastes like flat Coke. Pepsi tastes like if you took a bottle of Coke, shook it up, got rid of all the carbonation. That's what Pepsi tastes like. It's gross. Pepsi is nasty. It's way too sweet, too. Like, Coca-Cola has like a spiced taste to it. It doesn't just taste like sugar water. Pepsi tastes like sugar water. Sprite or 7-Up? Definitely Sprite, man. Seven Up tastes like a disease. I don't think I've had 7-Up, so I couldn't actually say which one I prefer, but... Sierra Mist used to be good until they changed the name and oh yeah, they call it like Starry now or whatever the fuck, right? All right. Man. All right, so we'll watch this disgusting, fat, ugly whore. It's woman tipster. Yeah, she's gross, man.
No pity at all for any fucking soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
As she stuffs her face. Yeah, she's literally LARPing as a Muslim. It's pitiful.
You know? I do the ones the ones I'm like whatever about the U.S. soldiers are the ones that like acknowledge that like what they did was wrong. They didn't know back then. Whatever. You're a good person in my book. I'm like a Tom. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. The U.S. military that are like, yeah, like, you know, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like, I'm changed. Like, fuck imperialism. Fuck this. You don't deserve it.
Fuck imperialism, which is literally the foundation of Islam. That's actually fucking comical.
The PTSD. But like any other motherfucker, you're joining them. You're like, oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you.
Dude, she's the type of bitch that would go to the Middle East and get fucking beaten to death. She would think like, you know, the Middle East is like fucking Twitter presents it, and she would literally end up raped and killed for having an opinion or talking when she's not supposed to. Or walking around like a whore with the fucking nose piercing and fucking plastic nails.
I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
You say that, man, but intense sex involving sheep was a thing for a reason, because, you know, it is a known fact that, you know, the Taliban and sorts like them bang their sheep. There's very high bestiality rates in the Middle East, unfortunately. No, she's stuffing her face probably with, you know, slop. It's just, like, comical, man.
I saw a hilarious comment about the fat Jabba the Hutt Frogan. She was talking about how she was hoping that the U.S. military would get PTSD from the deployment. And this comment said, Frogan the type of bitch to get PTSD from looking at a treadmill.
Based. But you can see he's getting his tattoos removed. Even more based.
I'm telling you, bro, we need to bring bullying back. I'll be damned if that's the bitch you're going to be telling me to do what to do with the troops. Hell no, bro. See the type of bitch to get PTSD from looking at a celery. Don't clip that.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man. Oh, clip that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, don't clip that.
What?
Oh, do we clip it? I don't know. Who's to say? Anyways, God, she's unlikable. It's insane. That's coming from me. Dear Twitch, this isn't okay and violates your own TOS. Uniformity in governance and discipline of your platform is important. Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of repercussions. Hateful conduct. Yep. Let's hear the clip one more time.
Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
Me need another bite. Frogan
Yeah, she ran out of energy from that sentence. She needed to stuff her gullet.
and belly need filling. Me eat. Me hungry. Give more candy. Me hate U.S. military. Me live on United States soil while me shit on United States. Bitch, if you don't like the United States, then leave, bro. It ain't hard. How the fuck Asmongold get banned and this bitch doesn't?
By the way, if we take a closer look again...
Because she's a fat Muslim hog. That's why.
Jabba did goes directly against Twitch. TOS.
What the fuck is Twitch thinking? Dumb as it's a joke. It's a fucking joke, bro. It's a fucking joke. Bro, Asmongold died for this bitch's sins. Bro fought a spider to clean. What'd this bitch do? The only thing this bitch did was clean her
Dude, why
fridge.
does his house look like a fucking crack house? Jesus Christ, man. Asmongold could easily afford to buy like a nice place and just pay a cleaning staff to live there. Like, he could have live-in cleaners and then just, you know, live in a nice house and keep everything clean for him, and he wouldn't have to lift a fucking finger.
With her fat fucking mouth. Drives me nuts, man. Jesus.
Yeah, dude, if I was like, you know, that wealthy, I would have like cleaning staff and everything. I wouldn't do a damn thing, man. You know, fuck having $3 million cars. I would just hire like full-time staff to do everything for me. That's the real American dream. Real talk. Soy Cast guy with a 5 went to White Castle once in my life, and that is the most overrated garbage I've ever eaten. Yeah, Crystals is way better than White Castle. Absolute slop tier food. Culver's is better. I've never had that one. And Soy Cast guy with a 2, she needs to get deployed to the gym. Exactly. And then die of a heart attack. In Minecraft, of course. Soy Cast guy also with the 2, she would defect to Taco Bell, though, probably. Or she'd be that type of bitch that orders like 7 protein shakes after working out for 30 minutes and then gains weight. Yeah, it goes to Planet Fitness only when they have free pizza. There you go. Asmongold has always been like that. It's really his way of life, sad and fun. Yeah, it's gross, man. Absolutely disgusting. I don't understand living in filth, personally. Like, I can understand, like, not wanting to dust or something like that. Like, okay, whatever. But literally leaving rotting food and, like, cockroaches and rodents and food, like, that's just disgusting. Like, it's one thing to not, like, take a fucking Swiffer and, like, dust your fucking TV or, you know, your keyboard or something like that. But it's another thing to leave food rotting. That's disgusting. Oski with a 5. I can't imagine anyone naming themselves. Wait, what is that? Oxaco? And talking shit in Discord, echo chamber saying how terrible a person you are because of Vanguard. I don't know who the fuck that is, but if somebody's upset that I like Call of Duty Vanguard, then they obviously either have no life or... Well, no, I don't think it's that they have no life. It is that they have no life. That's a given. They have nothing to look forward to in their own existence, so they care about what I think about a video game. What, 3 years after it came out? Like, Jesus Christ. I'm not paying child support with the 2. Who makes the worst games, Kojima or David Cage? Kojima, because at least David Cage games are just interactive movies. You don't actually have to play them, which is nice. Ugh. Damn. Alright, we'll watch this.
I've become completely apathetic to it. Basically, every franchise I cared about 10 years ago is either dead or some twist. Gaming is dying, and remakes are killing it. It's been a long time since I've made a video like this. It feels like the video game industry has been dying so long, I've become completely apathetic to it. Basically, every franchise I cared about 10 years ago is either dead or some twisted, disgusting abomination barely resembling what it used to be. The AAA industry especially has become completely creatively bankrupt. You barely see any new IPs anymore, and when you do, it's obviously been cooked up in some DEI lab, specifically just to get funding from BlackRock. Concord obviously being the biggest example, one of the biggest flops in video game history.
Wait, do I have that picture still? Hold on. Let me see if this is it. Yeah, there it is. Bro, it's so perfect. It's so perfect, man. Oh my god. It's like an absolute match made in heaven. That literally could be the live action movie. Nah, she just doesn't have her jacket on, dude. That's the only difference.
But also Dustborn, which released right around the same time, and Flintlock less than 6 months ago now, though I doubt any of you even remember what that game is. And so, because the industry can't produce any new ideas that actually make money, we are now living through the age of remakes, or more accurately, demakes. The corpses of all of your favorite games you grew up with are now being paraded around on twisted puppet strings. And we're supposed to look at this and just say nothing. We're supposed to be happy that more people can get to experience...
Dude, that looks like... Hold on.
Supposed to look at this and just say nothing.
Bro, that looks like the average Redditor. What in the fuck, man? That is literally the average Redditor. The soy beard and mustache, bald head, the fucking stained, disgusting, discolored white t-shirt.
We're supposed to be...
That is literally the average Redditor.
Happy that more people can get to experience the great games we grew up with. Why would I be happy that my favorite game has been butchered by people who never touched the original and missed the fucking point? Why should I be happy that people who didn't even care enough to set up an emulator and download a ROM now will blindly blow $70 on a game they won't even finish since they didn't care enough to try it in the last 20 years and are further contributing to the death of the video game industry? I'm supposed to be happy about that, apparently. If you asked me to name 5 games that should never get remade, Silent Hill 2 undoubtedly would be one of them. Not because the game is aged perfectly. Obviously, it's a bit rough around the edges in certain ways, as a lot of PS2 titles are. But Silent Hill 2 is truly a piece of art. It is a game that you play for the story. Now, normally I am a gameplay is king guy, but it's obvious to anyone who's played the original game that the gameplay was in service to the story, not the other way around. And it's not like Silent Hill 2 is a movie game. No, it's still mostly gameplay. It's just that the complete survival horror game experience mainly served to immerse you in the hell that is Silent Hill. There's so many aspects of Silent Hill 2 I knew would...
Well, the remake was definitely hell to play through because it was so fucking boring, man.
Translate well to a modern remake. The most obvious one being the surreal dreamlike atmosphere, and it's obviously one of the biggest things that the remake butchered. The weird voice acting that was obviously done by inexperienced actors. The phenomenal soundtrack that enhanced every minute of the game. And I am not exaggerating. I truly believe Silent Hill 2 is one of the greatest OSTs of all time. And
I don't even remember the music from the remake, so... But I've never played the original, so I couldn't tell you how different it is or not. Mr. Fett with a 5, Sub Griffin, I have been accepted to the University of Idaho for architecture. Any tips for the snow? Buy a parka in the summertime. Well, I guess it's not shit. Fuck. It's a little late for... Well, I guess it depends on when you start. But yeah, in the springtime or right after winter's over, go buy a heavy coat when they're on clearance.
And of course, it's just the nature of the story itself, of the people who are suffering in Silent Hill. Silent Hill 2 covers a lot of controversial subjects. When I heard Bloober Team would be essentially censoring things for the modern audience, this was the thing I worried about the most. And to make matters worse, a DEI consultancy group called Hit Detection, yes, Sweet Baby isn't the only one, worked on this game, and one of its writers, Jacob Geller, hates gamers and thinks the world would be a better place if we all died. Is it any wonder why Angela looks like Mulder from X-Files? And Maria has a giant fucking man jaw that puts James to shame. A YouTuber I used to watch years ago called The Gaming Brit Show recently made a video talking about how horrible this remake culture is, and the video is fantastic. Despite being only 6 minutes long, I think it pretty thoroughly covered the problem with modern game remakes, and I have to agree with every single point, especially the one about how video games are not treated as art. When movie remakes are announced, they are often met with disgust, because you are taking someone's artistic vision and you are twisting it to try and fit it to modern audiences or just to make a quick buck, and they almost always suck anyway. But for some reason, when video game remakes get announced, people get excited. And who are these people? They're the fucking normies who can't stand to play—
Me! But yeah, no, the only reason I like remakes is because of gameplay improvements. That's the main reason I like remakes, is because a lot of old games have dog shit mechanics. So that's the biggest thing I like about remakes, is like when you actually improve the gameplay experience, I think that's a good thing.
Play any game more than 10 years old because they have bad graphics or janky controls, which are
Yeah, janky controls are obnoxious. I don't care. I'll die on that hill, dude. I don't want to fucking, I don't want to play games with bad controls, personally.
Basically just a bunch of different ways of saying they hate uniqueness. They want every single fucking game to be The Last of Us, a
Nah, I don't think that's the same thing, man. Like, compare Devil May Cry 1 to Devil May Cry 5. That's not wanting every game to be cinematic like The Last of Us. That's just wanting a game to be mechanically more sound and fleshed out. So, I don't know. I very much disagree with that. That's not a remake? Yeah, but if you took Devil May Cry... That's what I'm saying, is you take Devil May Cry 1 and then put it in, like, the Devil May Cry 5 engine and remake it. You can't tell me the remade version wouldn't be the better experience if the only thing they change is the graphics and the gameplay. That would be a much better experience. Hands down, because the gameplay would be being improved.
Cinematic, over-the-shoulder, third-person shooter with the same goddamn mechanics, because that's what the Silent Hill 2 remake is. At first I was thinking, oh, this was obviously inspired by the Resident Evil 2 remake, which it is, but realistically, it plays like The Last of Us. Fucking Silent Hill plays like an action cinematic slop game. And again, I'm supposed to say this is awesome because, oh, the combat was terrible in the original game. Yeah, because the combat wasn't the fucking point. All of you goddamn tourists who have never played a survival horror game, you don't play those games because the shooting is fun. It's resource management. And the tank controls are janky on purpose, is to make the player feel weak so that you're afraid. Past the...
See, that's where I think game design for horror games is stupid, because it doesn't make you feel afraid. It just makes you feel like, Jesus Christ, this is boring. I don't know, man. I don't get afraid playing games. I don't get, like, stressed out. It's just like, wow, this fucking sucks. Cool. I don't know, man. I don't want to feel powerless in a game, personally. That's not fun to me.
The 2-hour mark, I was never scared again in the Silent Hill 2 remake because you fight the same 3 goddamn enemy types for the entire fucking game. I killed almost 300 enemies in Silent Hill 2. There was one line in the Gaming Bridge Show video that perfectly encompassed my feelings about all these people who play these remakes and love them and then pretend to be fans.
Nobody who's seen the 1989 Little Mermaid cartoon would claim to have an understanding of the 1837 fairy tale. Yet today, remakes do seem to be sold as a way to catch up on something missed. So if you play SH2 Remake, don't kid yourself into thinking you've experienced Silent Hill 2. If that statement sounds at all offensive, I'm not sorry, because it's just a statement of fact.
As you can imagine, a lot of tourists were upset by this video. Some people even claiming that not everyone is tech savvy enough to work an emulator to play the original game. By no stretch of the imagination am I a tech wizard. All you have to do is watch my streams, and there's a very good chance you'll see some obvious tech issue that I wasn't aware of because I've never been a computer guy. I got Visual Boy Advance to work on my shitty laptop when I was 12 years old, and you're telling me grown-ass men and women can't spend 5 minutes learning how to use an emulator? Then the truth is, you just don't care, okay? So if you don't...
It does make you afraid? You think not being able to kill an enemy is scary? Bro, it's a video game. What are you afraid of? Like, what are you afraid of in a video game? The only thing I'm afraid of is having to waste a bunch of fucking time doing the same shit over and over and over again if you die. And that's more of irritation than fear. It's just annoying. There's nothing scary about a video game. At all. I've never been scared playing a video game. It's all about taking in the atmosphere and the ambiance and like getting in the mood. It's not more so, it's not like, oh my god, bro, I'm literally afraid. Like, it's more so you get to enjoy like a cool, like, I guess, immersive setting more so than being afraid. So I'm more about the immersion aspect of like being in a cool like ambient environment, not necessarily like, oh my god, man, something's gonna jump out at me. Like, yeah, no, that'll never happen. Having obnoxious ammo management is just an annoyance. It's not fun. It doesn't add to the experience. It just makes me pissed off.
Care about these games, about these franchises? Why are you trying so hard to fit in? Why are you arguing with people who actually do care about these franchises? There's been a lot of gaslighting over the past 10 years about whether or not people were bullied for liking video games. Well, let me tell you, I absolutely was an outcast. Up until I was around 14 or 15 years old, nobody in my school talked about video games except for the nerds. And while I was certainly never shoved into any locker or whatever cliche 80s movie BS, I can tell you for a fact people didn't like me. And then by the time I graduated high school, everyone was playing video games. Of course, it was the generic normie slop like Call of Duty or Assassin's Creed, but the point still stands. The same people who thought I was a weirdo for talking about video games all the time now desperately want to be included in our club. And it's fucking pathetic. The sad fact of the matter is that we are vastly...
I don't think... That's interesting, man, because Synthetic Man's like a year or two older than me, I think. Bro, everybody I knew growing up played video games. Like, all the girls, all the guys, like, everybody. Like, less so in high school for the girls, but, dude, in elementary school, every girl had a Game Boy or, like, a DS. Everybody played the Wii and the GameCube. Like, we all played games on the computer. Like, I don't know, man. What's that? I don't know what part of the country he grew up in, but yeah, pretty much video games were normal. I mean, if you were playing like some weird shit like My Little Pony Friendship Island or some gay shit like that, then you would get bullied, but yeah, I don't know, bro. No, I think Synthetic Man's like, what, 28? He's like a year or two older than me. So, yeah, he's not like that much older than me.
Outnumbered and have been for about a decade at this point. All you have to do is take a look at any of my numerous hot take videos, which are me just giving my honest opinion. I think most modern AAA games are overrated by both critics and audiences alike, though I suspect a lot of that audience is simply following whatever their favorite e-celeb is telling them to think. Not to mention the untold amount of political activists.
He was born in 95. Well, I was born in 97, so let's say 2 years difference. So, yeah, I don't know. That's kind of weird. Because video games were pretty normal when I was growing up.
That get upset every time I point...
Ooh, the homo mission in Spider-Mid.
Out the propaganda people like them are putting in video games. Now, in spite of what I just said, although hardcore gamers are an extreme minority, it's obvious given all of the woke game bombs this year, especially Concord being the biggest example of all time, that normie gamers aren't tolerating progressive ideology shoved into video games, at least not when it's incredibly blatant and obvious. But for one reason or another, I don't know if it's just because these people aren't smart enough or they don't care to look for the signs or they just turned off the pattern recognition parts of their brain, they can't seem to notice when there is subliminal messaging or censorship. And I think this Silent Hill 2 remake is a perfect example of that. It's just close enough to the original that even fans of the game, I say fans in quote, the super fans obviously could dissect this to pieces, and I'm going to be doing a bit of that myself in this video. But to the casual fan who only ever played the game like one time 20 years ago, this seems like at least a semi-faithful remake, ugly women aside. And that's exactly the point of this remake, to be just close enough to the original that if you squint, it's like nothing changed except the gameplay. The truth is, this remake is not being made for the fans, it's being made for this new modern audience that doesn't exist. And for the normie casual gamer who never actually gave a fuck about the game, who probably watched a YouTube walkthrough like a decade ago, or listened to their favorite e-celeb talk about it and how much they loved it, and were excited to play it without all those icky, janky controls. There's this great meme passed around years ago that describes this situation perfectly. Earthbound fan excited to play the game for the first time. Now tell me that isn't the same fucking thing as this. Silent Hill 2 fan excited to play it for the first time. Because over the past 20 years, its story has been spoiled more than probably any other game except BioShock's.
I've never actually heard the ending to Silent Hill 2.
Everyone knows the twist. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of video essays that have been...
Dude, honest, I never heard the twist to Silent Hill 2, and I still don't fully know it. Apparently, he just killed his wife, right? That's like the twist. That's really all I've never actually heard the twist of this game at all.
On YouTube about Silent Hill 2. And now, these people who didn't actually give a fuck but remember the name and its amazing reputation are gonna sit down and play this butchered remake and think it's the greatest fucking thing ever. And I don't even know why I'm saying this as if it hasn't already happened. The overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam, the shilling from whitelisted grifter YouTubers who just want to parrot whatever the public opinion is on something. It's obvious that all the people who bought and played this game, and even a shit ton who haven't and never will, have already decided this is a great remake. At least until they forget it ever came out a month from now. And look, as my rage began to subside a couple days after I first recorded this segment, I realized that I should make it clear that I don't think this is a bad game on any level. I never give games a numerical score in my reviews because it always brings up the debate on how exactly you should rate a game out of 10. Some people think it should be based on some nebulous idea of the average quality of a game released today, meaning that a 5 out of 10 in 2024 is way worse than a 5 out of 10 in 2004, which I just personally think is idiotic. Me, I treat it more as a grading scale, right? So the average quality of a game is probably more likely between 6 and 7. And the reason I bring this up is because I do think that the Silent Hill 2 remake is definitely an...
Griffin forgets Rebirth already? Not a chance, man.
Above average quality game. Baby. It's probably one of the best games that's come out this year, but that doesn't matter. Silent Hill 2, the original one anyway, is one of the greatest games ever made. I would give it a 10 out of 10 based on what the game is trying to accomplish, aka tell a depressing story about a man who's so stricken with guilt that he basically erases his own memory and is drawn into Silent Hill, which is basically his personal purgatory or hell. And it's one of the few times I think the gameplay and the cutscenes work perfectly in tandem to enhance the experience. Whereas with this remake, a lot of the soul, the passion, the effort is lost, and it just kind of feels like any other cinematic slop game that you've played in the past 10 years. This doesn't feel like a unique experience anymore. I'll admit I didn't do...
Alright. So I will say this, in the game's defense. It is not fair to say that a remake is supposed to have a unique and, I guess unique is a good way to put it, a unique feel to it. You will never experience a game the same way as you did the original version of it. Like, this is an issue that, you know, we've talked about with Final Fantasy VII many a times. No matter what Final Fantasy VII Remake did, it will never live up to your feeling of beating the original game for the first time, because you already know everything going in. It will never have that same impact as the original game did, and the nostalgia you have for the original game will be in your mind. Because you can't go into a remake and be like, oh, well, it didn't do anything unique. It's like, well, it wasn't supposed to. It's a remake. Like, it's not supposed to do something new. It's supposed to take what's already there and just rework it a little bit. So that's my issue with, like, the whole remake criticism, is because it's not really fair. Because they're not trying to make something new and unique. They're trying to take something that already exists and just reframe it, but still keep the majority of what made it what it was originally. So that's the thing. I think it'd be kind of foolish to go into Silent Hill 2 Remake and think, like, yeah, this is going to be a brand new experience. It's like, no, it's Silent Hill 2. If you already know the twist, you already know how it plays out, like, it's not going to do anything for you. But I guarantee you there are people who played this remake who got the exact same feeling that he's describing from the original game because they never played the original game and they didn't know what to expect going into it. So I think that's kind of the issue I have with people critiquing remakes, saying that they're not unique. It's like, well, yeah, they're not supposed to be. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't really think that's the fairest critique to throw at remakes, personally, because I guarantee you there are people who played this remake that got the exact same feeling Synthetic Man got from playing the original game back in the day, because they never played the original one. So that kind of begs the question is, who are remakes actually for? And you could argue that remakes are for people that never played the original. So therefore, if you played the original, you don't really need to play the remake. Do you get what I'm saying? So I think that's kind of the issue. It's like we kind of want remakes to be something that they aren't in a lot of cases. And it's a very common trend that I've seen. Because like the original experience still exists. You can go play it right now. You know, it's not gone. Remakes are absolutely targeting the original. Well, yeah, if you want like the nostalgia, but going into a remake of a game you've already played and wanting something new is foolish. That's what I'm saying. If you go into a remake expecting a brand new, unique experience, you're not going to get that. That's kind of your unrealistic expectations going in. So that's the only point I'm trying to make. It's like, I don't know why we're mad at remakes for being what they're supposed to be, which is basically just more of what already came before, just reframed, essentially. So, right, the OG player should expect the same game but better graphics and improved gameplay, or like story elements being like altered a little bit, but it should follow a very similar path to the original, I guess. That's the best way I can put it. Because it's not a reboot, it's a remake. So, yeah. Brit with the 2, is this game popular? Lol, never heard of it. Silent Hill's kind of like one of those cult classic games. They're not ultra popular, but they were somewhat popular. Like, they had medium popularity back in the PS2 era.
Do the best job in the world describing why that is the case in the review section of this video, but there's some things that are just too hard to describe. You have to play the two versions back to back to see how a lot of the visual aesthetic style has been toned down and made much more generic, and it's hard to say if that's just a consequence of modern realistic graphics losing a lot of that beautiful early 3D era style that Zoomers and casual gamers who didn't grow up with them really seem to despise for some reason. I have a lot of nostalgia for PS1 and early PS2 graphics, and I think Silent Hill 2 absolutely made the most out of those limitations. However, again...
So Aerith should stay dead? Well, technically she was never dead, but we won't get into that.
I'm not going to praise the remake very much in this review, but I do think it is a perfectly competent game. The reason that there's so much rage in this video is because there are people seriously trying to claim that they played the original and think this is the better game. If you sincerely believe that, you were never a Silent Hill 2 fan. So yeah, if I was being completely honest, if this was ever pretending to be a fair review at any point, I'd probably give this a 7.5. But am I supposed to praise a remake that took a 10 out of 10?
That's way higher than I would rate it. Shit, this motherfucker would barely get above a 5 if you ask me. This is the most repetitive, slop, boring, just miserable fucking game. I hated this game, bro. It's not broken. That's the only thing it has going for it, in my opinion. But dude, the combat sucked. The environment sucked. The repetitive fucking level design sucked. Constantly having to play hide and go seek with little fucking items in the environment. Yeah, nah. Absolutely horrible game, man. Miserable to play through. I honestly couldn't stand it, but you know. I don't like the genre, which is why I got paid to play it. Oski with the 2, Jesse should stay dead, and Tifa should be next. I agree, man. Absolutely.
game and downgraded it to a 7.5 so that the masses could enjoy it? Hell no. This remake shouldn't even exist. But yeah, I just want
I don't really see an issue with it existing.
to make it clear, I don't think this is bad for those of you who think just because I dunk on this game the entire review, that means I think it's dog shit. No, it's not dog shit, but it is a demake. That's the point. And
yeah, I wouldn't go as far as to say it's dog shit, but it's definitely not good.
before I ramble on about this for another 15 minutes, let me just make one thing clear for all of you tourists from Reddit, Twitter, Discord, etc., etc. If you haven't played the original Silent Hill 2, your opinion doesn't fucking matter. Nothing you have to say about the story of Silent Hill 2 matters. So just save your retarded ass comment. Not that any of you idiots are even going to watch this far in the video anyway. You just watched some clip that was spread around on Twitter and then write the gayest comment I've ever read in my life and think that's some kind of gotcha. Look, I know you're not watching the video. My fans know you're not watching the video. You're wasting your time. But thanks for the engagement, idiots. These remakes can never truly replace the original. As much as the powers that be would love this to be the new reality, it never will be. These people will never be Silent Hill fans. So first off, I'm going to cover the supposed only benefit of this remake, the gameplay. Now I know that I admitted that the gameplay is better in the intro, but I was being somewhat sarcastic because while yes, a Last of Us clone is better than a classic survival horror game in terms of how fun the mechanics are to actually play the game, once again, I would argue the point of a survival horror game is not to have fun shooting things, it's to survive. That's where the fear factor comes from. And the ultimate problem that the Silent Hill 2 remake has is that there is way too much combat for how few enemies there are. And that's not just a problem of repetition, it's also a problem of fear or lack.
I dreaded the combat encounters in this game because of how fucking boring they were, dude. I really did not like the gameplay in this game at all. It was so boring. Like, everything about this game just felt copy-paste, 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 copy-paste. And then you'd go into one area that you already cleared out, and oh no, all the enemies are back. And it's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus. It's just miserable, bro. It's the most repetitive garbage I've played in a very long time. See, so you generation with the 5, mute Oski for saying that about Jesse. Alright. And Oski Woski with the 5, mute you generation. Alright. There we go. Friendly fire.
Thereof. On normal difficulty, I died 0 times. Yes, 0 over the course of the entire game. And look, the original Silent Hill 2 on normal difficulty is also a fairly easy game, but I don't think it was so easy that I had 25 syringes, the equivalent of the original game being first aid kits, by the end. But people being disingenuous and saying that this remake is more difficult than the original just tells me that you are bad at video games. And when there is no challenge in the combat, because you can very easily adapt to the 3 enemy types that only have 1 variation each, so you can very quickly learn when to dodge each attack and then just beat every enemy to death with a fucking pipe, you basically don't even need your guns. Oh yeah, there's a sidestep. You know, that's what Silent Hill really fucking needed. A sidestep with invincibility frames. What is this, fucking Dark Souls? So if we're being really generous, it's 6 enemy types, plus a handful of bosses, and 2 enemy types that show up a few times near the end. And even then, you can ignore one of those enemy types completely. Like I said, I killed nearly 300 enemies by the end of the game. For frame of reference, I just played the original Silent Hill 2 on hard, and I only killed 81 enemies by the end of the game.
That sounds nice.
The dungeons are twice as long as the original game each. My total playtime ended up being 14 hours, which, depending on how you count gameplay, that is well over twice as long as the original Silent Hill 2. And I don't necessarily hate that as long as it's quality content being added. As for the dungeons, I was okay with the increased length and the new puzzles and the different items that you had to collect in each one, because it is a reimagining after all. It's nice to do some new things instead of just the same thing again. But so much of that increased length is the combat. And again, you're fighting the same 3 enemy types. Well, okay, you might be wondering, how are the boss fights? Because they're completely redone. Well, I'll be completely honest with you, I'll say they're a mixed bag. Some are definitely improvements. Namely, the Eddie boss fight, I think, is much better. But some of the most important ones in the game have become so generic and soulless Like the Flesh Lips boss turns into a mechanical spider for no reason. The Abstract Daddy has a prolonged chase sequence before the boss fight starts, which you could say is symbolism for what Angela's dad did to her, but it's still not very fun to actually play. And the final boss turns into another mechanical spider in its third form. I mean, really? They didn't have any other ideas? In the case of both Pyramid Head fights, I think Bloober Team did fine. They're more or less direct translations to how the original fights played out, just with better combat mechanics. Though there is a problem with the first fight, which we'll go into in the censorship section. I also feel like I have to bring up the Closer, which is an enemy type from Silent Hill 3 that they put into this remake for some reason. I'm not sure if they put this monster in here as a reference for fans or because they closely resemble the Mandarin enemy type, the ones that cling to the grates. But knowing that the monsters in Silent Hill 2 are supposed to represent aspects of James' psyche, the Closer obviously doesn't fit here given that Heather Mason is the one that fought these things. Again, I'm not too torn up about this. I thought the boss fight was okay, but it's certainly worth noting at the very least. So again, if you're somehow missing the point here, not only is there 3 times as much combat as the original game, but it becomes incredibly boring and repetitive before the halfway point. I don't know what the hell Bloober Team was thinking, turning Silent Hill 2 into Resident Evil, but let me just tell you, it absolutely takes away from the experience. I find it very funny how many people are praising this remake when one of the primary criticisms of Silent Hill Homecoming back in the day was that it had a much larger focus on combat in a game that's supposed to be about surreal horror and building up tension. You know what ruins tension more than anything? Fighting the same enemies every 5 minutes.
Damn, bro, those nurses were packing.
Speaking of horror, let's talk about that a little bit. I think this remake is not scary in the least, and a big part of that is the combat aspect I just talked about, so I won't cover that again. But I also think there were a few deliberate choices made in this remake that definitely make the game less scary. The most obvious one being the over-the-shoulder camera. I know some people are just going to blatantly disagree with this, and at the end of the day, it just comes down to personal opinion, I guess. But I think there is something inherently scary about fixed camera angles. When you can't see directly in front of you, and you know a monster is in the room, not just because of your radio, but the thing is making weird noises somewhere that you can't even see, that's scary. The closest this game comes to replicating something like that is hiding the mannequin enemies around every corner. After a certain point, it's just an annoyance more than anything else. As a joke, I was calling the mannequin enemies legs, and these fucking legs are my arch nemesis throughout the playthrough. Every time I'm just exploring around, gathering supplies, trying to figure out where to go, I'd get jumped out of nowhere over and over and over again. You can't do the same trick 20 times and expect it to still be scary. The lack of fixed cameras also makes several iconic shots from the original game completely ruined. I'm not going to go into autistic detail with this, but there is one obvious example that trumps the rest, an example that ruins the entire scene. At the end of the hospital, you'll remember that Pyramid Head chases you down a series of narrow hallways while Maria is following closely behind you. And this scene comes out of nowhere. There's basically no build up to it. It just kind of happens, and it's legitimately pretty scary the first time you play the game. In the remake, it turns into a generic cinematic slop sequence where Maria is in front of you instead of behind you. You can't even see Pyramid Head chase you, because why would you ever turn around? And because the hallways are so much larger, it removes the sense of claustrophobia, and there's a scripted part where Pyramid Head just Kool-Aid mans through the wall. It feels so fake. This is like the ultimate gameplay example of Bloober Team being fucking hacks. Anyone who defends this part has not played the original game, period. Now, a lot of the other elements that make this game less scary are subtle things, especially things that you wouldn't even notice if you haven't played the original in a long time. A great example that some of you have probably already seen is the side-by-side comparison of the cutscene where you meet...
Alright, I'm gonna be honest, she's kind of got the same man jaw in this version too, so... They didn't really alter the character design too much. She still kind of has the same man jaw. Oski with the 2, I stand by what I said. Jesse should stay dead. Hell yeah, man.
Maria inside of Toluca prison. How the hell did they miss the point this hard? It is obvious that the harsh lighting covering up her eyes is on purpose to make this scene creepy. You know something is wrong, especially since, spoiler, you saw her die to Pyramid Head in the hospital, and yet look, she's right here. The new scene isn't creepy at all, and part of that is due to the voice acting as well, which we'll get to later. And another thing I almost don't even want to talk about because it is borderline heartbreaking, and I am not being hyperbolic here. I legitimately do not understand why they did this, is how they butchered the original soundtrack. And they didn't screw it up in the way you think, because Akira Yamaoka came back for this remake. So the music itself is still awesome. A lot of the tracks are reused, some of them are arranged, and when there's actual music playing, most of the time it's great. Now, over the course of editing this, I did notice that there's actually quite a few rooms in the original Silent Hill 2 that have no background music, and the remake isn't quite as quiet as I remembered while I was playing it, but at the same time, I think the lack of soundtrack is used in all of the wrong places. Like I said, I'm not going to go into autistic detail on this, and you're free to disagree with me, but even when they're playing some of the creepy tracks from the original, the background music is just quieter.
Yeah, I don't even remember the music at all, man. I don't even remember hearing music for half of the game.
And I had all of the volume sliders maxed out, so I guess the only way to fix this yourself is to lower the volume of everything else and then crank it up with a mixer, or if you have speakers attached to your computer or something. It's just a roundabout way of saying that the volume mixing is kind of bad in this game. I feel like if the horror soundtrack was such an integral part of the experience, why did they make the music more quiet in the remake? And there's some other examples I could name of the game just being generally less scary or surreal or nightmarish in nature, like the mannequins moaning like a woman, and it's not even distorted, by the way. Yes, the enemy...
Yeah, I remember that shit. They would be like, "Aww."
Enemies of Silent Hill 2 made noises when you hit them, but it still sounded like a monster. I feel like I've already said this like 3 times.
Yeah. Harder. Pipe me down.
Times this video, but I'm not going to go into any more unnecessary detail on this. If for some reason you've played the original and you somehow think the remake is just as scary, good for you. I don't believe you. I really don't, but I guess that's just your opinion. Now let's move on to something that's less subjective. Let's talk about censorship, because there's been a hell of a lot of gaslighting going on over the past week. A lot of people claiming that nothing has been censored when that is just objectively false. So we're just going to start off with the best example of this, the cutscene right before the first Pyramid Head battle.
Hell yeah.
There's also 2 notable pieces of censorship around.
What happened? I didn't even see the difference.
For the first Pyramid Head battle.
He was eating it? It looked like he was eating it. Raping? Dude, it was one of those monsters. It wasn't the mannequin. Yeah, it was one of those ones that spit. It looked like he was eating its head, basically. Because in the remake, I know he had a mannequin. I remember that part. Yeah, because he has a mannequin in this scene. I believe, right?
There's also two notable pieces of censorship around Maria's character. The first being when she bends over to pick a lock. In the original, James clearly stares at her ass, which I'm going to argue is actually a defining character moment for him. James Sunderland is not a good person. And look, I'll just say spoilers again, even though I'm assuming everyone here has played this game or at least already been spoiled on the story. He killed his wife. But oh no, it's problematic. He stares at a woman's ass. We can't let anybody see that. People might spurg out. The monsters in Silent Hill 2 are sexual for a reason. They represent parts of his psyche. James is basically a coomer. So yes, him staring at Maria's ass is an important character moment that they removed. Now let's talk about a gameplay element that they censored. You can't hurt Maria anymore. I don't know how the hell all the people who claim to have played the original game forgot about this one, but yes, you can actually hurt and kill Maria, and it gives you a game over in the original Silent Hill 2. Now, I get the feeling that the defense for this is going to be, oh, I thought everyone hated escort missions. Here's the thing, you only defend Maria for about 20 to 30 minutes of gameplay in the original, and there's a very low chance for dying outside of the Pyramid Head chase on hard difficulty, which is absolutely infuriating, by the way. I can vouch for that since I just played the game on hard for this review. The devs obviously didn't test that part on hard mode, but that's besides the point. In every other part of the game, Maria has pretty much a 0% chance of dying, but the fact that you can kill her makes the game feel a lot more interactive, and is sort of a red herring to lead you away from the possibility that she is completely fake, like she doesn't actually exist. Clearly, at the very least, James believes that she is a real person, not cooked up by the town of Silent Hill. But no, it's problematic to let gamers kill women unless they're badass and brave female enemies in a Ubisoft game or something. And of course, the elephant in the room, talking about Maria, is her costume. It's obviously less sexual than the original, and they even show off the original costume when you visit a motel, as if to mock players of the original game.
Hey, you think I'd look good in this one?
Sure.
Not quite the ringing endorsement, but hey, I'll take it.
Once again missing the point that Maria is effectively a succubus. And man, I don't know if this qualifies as censorship or not, but speaking of elephants in the room, we have to talk about the ugly women in this game. Oh boy, this is always my favorite topic because it causes such a knee-jerk reaction in a certain group of people that are not biologically female, let's put it at that. Yes, the women were blatantly made more ugly in this game on purpose. Angela is the most obvious example. She had the biggest character assassination in this game next to Eddie, and I think a big part of that is genuinely making her look like a man. Everyone who's seen the new version of the mirror scene, you know that's a fucking man, dude. Just look at that face. That is not an ugly woman.
Like
that is an adult male. And look, obviously I was being incredibly immature during the streams. You may have seen a clip making a reference to our boy Sargon back in the day.
Go ahead. Say it. Or you could just force me. Like he always did.
Bitch, don't flatter yourself, please. I wouldn't even you. But jokes aside, it genuinely does take...
Dude, I remember
I wouldn't even...
Yeah, he said this shit when he was running for office, bro. He wanted to be like Bolsonaro, who told like some Brazilian politician or something that he wouldn't even rape her or something. So yeah, Sargoy of Applebee's thought it would be an ultra giga chad move to emulate that exact same thing in his political career and say that he wouldn't even rape somebody.
Even you. But jokes aside, it genuinely does take away from her struggle, the fact that they made her so hideous. And you can think I'm a bad person or incredibly mean to say, even though this is a fucking fictional character, not a real person, Twitter, you mentally ill freaks. But the halo effect is absolutely real. If this character is hideous, and she didn't used to be hideous in the original game, she's just an average-looking woman, then I'm obviously going to be less sympathetic toward the character. And to get into something that is debatably censorship, they actually altered the boss arena from the original game. Now, you could certainly say this is the least subtle symbolism in all of Silent Hill 2, the holes in the wall and the pistons pushing in and out of them. Gee, I wonder what that's supposed to mean. But in the remake, the room is so fucking dark. Actually, the whole game is like pitch black. That's a whole other complaint I'm not going to spend a lot of time on. But let's just say the remake is pitch black for no reason, and no, it doesn't make the game more scary. It just meant I was wasting way more time just looking around since I couldn't see shit. Not only is this room way too dark for no reason, so you can't even tell the walls are supposed to be fleshy, maybe symbolizing the inside of a woman's orifice, but also the holes in the walls don't have pistons pumping through them. Why exactly? I have no
They're on the
idea. And once
ceiling.
again, keeping on the topic of Angela, I have to talk about her final scene on the burning staircase. This is where I feel that Angela's character assassination is the most blatant. Part of it is due to the voice acting. Despite all of the complaints, once again, from non-fans of the horrible voice acting from the original game, which is 100% intentional, by the way, now the voice acting either sounds way too normal or average, or again, in the case of Angela, it's actually worse than the original. Her new voice is fucking horrible.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Hello.
Angela. You're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, it's what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid?
Bro, this sounds like AI. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't really think that voice acting did any favors to the game.
It's you.
Yeah. I'm James.
Angela. Maybe it's all we deserve.
Mangela.
We.
Me. You. We're all the same.
I'm not like you.
Are you afraid?
Yeah, I'm afraid you're gonna touch me.
Sorry.
She sounds like she's constantly on Xanax or something, where the original Angela was obviously unhinged. Now, it was justified given
I don't really think she sounded that unhinged in the first one.
what happened to her, but she clearly has a screw loose, and nowhere is that more apparent than her final scene. James even recoils, the camera changes to first person, and James steps back as she desperately tries to cling onto him and unload all of her burdens.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
No, don't pity me. I'm not worth it.
You're right. Kill yourself, bitch. Do it.
Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain?
No. She looks like a man in this game, too. I'm not gonna lie. There's definitely some transitionary vibes.
That's what I thought.
Even Mama said it. I deserve what happened.
No, Angela, that is not true.
Don't pity me. I'm not worth it.
Only true thing she said this year.
Or maybe you think you can save me? Will you love me? Care for me?
Again, like, the scene is ruined because they made her,
pain?
like, so busted.
That's what I thought.
Again, I think it's obvious to anybody watching this that they fucked up the tone of this 100%. And look, as schizo as I get in these videos...
I disagree, but... I disagree. I don't really think that it was that different, in all honesty. It's just a different voice actor. That's it. I don't know, man. I don't really see that big of a difference, personally. And this is from somebody who's never seen either one of these scenes before, so... I've never seen the original version or the remake version until this video. I kind of got the exact same vibe from both. She just seemed a little more cartoonish in the first one, I guess, but that's because the voice actor wasn't as good. But, yeah. I don't know. I don't really think it's that different, personally. Claw's Mystery of the 50, it's already confirmed women characters are uglified for the trans community. TLDR, they don't want to be harassed by trans people. Dude, honestly, every game developer should just come out and say, we hate trans people, we don't want trans people playing and buying our games, so we can just completely fucking oust that entire demographic from the hobby. The gaming industry would be so much better if we would just get rid of them. Make them feel completely unwelcome, Every single aspect of the gaming industry should shun their obnoxious asses so they can just fuck off. You know, like, honestly, the entire games industry and discourse surrounding games would be so much better without these absolute fucking losers who constantly bitch about every single fucking thing about a video game. So 99% of the problematic behaviors surrounding video games we see today comes from one community, and it's not a coincidence. They happen to be stay-at-home autistic men. Shocking. Who would have guessed? U Generation with the 2 Synthetic Man is coping. Both versions suck. What, the game? Yeah, well, I mean, I guess the scene. I don't really think either one's that great, honestly.
Sometimes, I really can't say for certain if this is censorship to make her more sympathetic, but it honestly had the opposite effect. It just made this way more forgettable, and at the end of it, I just felt nothing. All I could do is tell edgy jokes to the stream. I feel like that's this whole remake in a nutshell. It really just doesn't make you feel. I'm not ashamed to say that the first time I played Silent Hill 2, I cried. I really did. It is a perfect game to play if you've ever been depressed at any point in your life, but this remake is truly soulless in the way that it tells the story. Goddamn, dude, mark my words, just like I said in the intro, everyone's gonna forget about this remake in a month.
Wait,
okay, let's move
on. Wait, did he say he cried? Or the character? Hold on.
To make her more sympathetic, but it honestly had the opposite effect. It just made this way more forgettable, and at the end of it, I just felt nothing. All I could do is tell edgy jokes to the stream. I feel like that's this whole remake in a nutshell. It really just doesn't make you feel. I'm not ashamed to say that the first time I played Silent Hill 2, I cried. I really did. It is a perfect game to play if you've ever been depressed at any point in your life.
Alright. Again, we gotta circle back to what we just talked about earlier. When you're judging a remake off of your first experience playing the original version, that's not a fair comparison because you already know what's going to happen. If I play whatever game, I don't know, BioShock Infinite, and I get to the final plot twist and I'm like, bro, what the fuck? That was crazy! If I play the game 5 more times, it's never going to have the same effect on me. It's going to be like, oh yeah, I already know what's going to happen. It's cool, but, you know. You're never going to replicate the same exact feelings that you have for the first time you experience something. And I think that's kind of an issue a lot of people have when they go into remakes, is they think it's going to recapture that same set of emotions they felt the first time they played it. Why didn't you say Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? Because every time I play that, it's like the first time. Slick Rick with the 2 opinion on Dead Space. I thought it was fine. It was overall just an improvement on the gameplay, so I thought it was good for the most part. They made his wife ugly, but yeah, didn't like that. But aside from that, Dead Space remake was fine. I wish they would have done 2. But nobody bought it, so all those Dead Space fans that bitched about EA canceling Dead Space, you know, this is the thing I hate about people that go like, oh my god, they killed a franchise. And it's like all the so-called fans are the ones who became fans of the game when they got it for $5 in the bargain bin at GameStop. Those are the majority of quote-unquote fans for all these games that get canceled. Most people don't actually support the games they claim to care about. And fucking surprise Pikachu face, they don't get sequels. Shocking. I know. But, yeah. Most Dead Space fans are the type of people that would never spend more than $20 on the game in the first place.
But this remake is truly soulless in the way that it tells the story. Goddamn, dude, mark my words, just like I said in the intro, everyone's gonna forget about this remake in a month. Okay, let's move on to Eddie. He was the other most butchered character in this remake. In the original game, Eddie was a pathetic and somewhat sympathetic fat idiot.
Huh, you're just a gutless fatso.
He killed someone's dog and then shot the guy in the leg, and that guilt was enough for him to get drawn into Silent Hill. Why? Because he's a coward and a loser. That was basically his character. You were supposed to feel bad for him.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said, yeah, dude. How can you eat pizza? Oh my god, that voice acting's terrible, man.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
Yeah, man. This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza? What in the fuck is that voice, man? Oh my god. Yeah, no. The remake definitely has better voice acting. That's like comically bad. That sounds like a fucking YouTube fan dub.
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Now in the remake,
Yeah, dude.
he is a deranged psychopath.
A person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow. You killed him? But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that you killed him?
Oh my god. You killed him. Like, bro, come on. Nah, that voice acting's bad, man.
What do you mean just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Yeah, man. You gotta kill him because you're a gooner like me.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog.
Bro. Dude, this would completely take me out of the experience if I was... I would be laughing at these scenes. I wouldn't be, like, actually taking it seriously. Alright, hold... They expected to sell 10 million? How many copies did Silent Hill 2 sell? How much did the original sell? For reference, the original 2001 release of Silent Hill 2 on PS2 took over a month to reach 1 million sales. So yeah, the first game didn't even sell well at all. Why the fuck did they expect 10 million sales? The first game was niche at best.
He had it coming too.
Eddie.
Yabba dabba doo. He almost sounds like fucking a Flintstones character.
I was just joking, James.
Yeah, dude.
He was dead when I got here. Honest. Put the gun to their head and pow.
Eddie?
Oh, hi, James.
What happened here? Who was that?
I don't know. It just came at me. The way he looked at me, I just had to do it. He kept looking at me, making fun of me. And I told him not to, but he didn't listen.
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because the way they looked at you.
My first video game cameo's Eddie. I know, man. It was really exciting to be a part of this game.
They ruin the tone of Eddie so fucking much. It's unreal, man. And again, if your pattern recognition is going off, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed character is no longer sympathetic and acts like a psycho. Gee, I wonder if there's any political motivation to make the most blatantly white guy look bad. But again, this is one of those things.
Wait, wasn't he a boss fight in the original? Hold on. All right, that's a little bit of a reach, man. Because wasn't he a boss fight in the original too? So he was obviously not supposed to be sympathetic. Why would anyone feel sympathy for a fat ass who's stuffing his face and be... I don't know, man. Claus Mister at the 20, thanks for proving my point at bombed. Well, it's sold comparable to the original, so I don't know what metric they're going off of.
Things that if you haven't played the original in 20 years or never at all, you would never know. But as someone who just played them back to back, it is incredibly blatant. Now, there's also other stuff.
I don't have blue eyes.
If I could bring up, like, Mary...
I'm not Aryan. I had blonde hair as a kid, but I don't have blue eyes.
His voice acting is definitely worse. This is incredibly apparent in the final hallway before the final boss and when she reads the letter at the end.
Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me. Please. Don't go. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said.
Please. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not gonna die. Help me. I can't
I like the remake one better for that.
tell you to remember me. But I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. Which means that, as you're reading this, I'm already dead. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon. So that you remember me for who I was. And not what the disease made me. I want you to go on. I want you to live.
It's just a different voice. Like, that's, I don't know, man.
For yourself. And for others. Like you did for me. James. You made me happy.
But again, do you think the average person is going to care about this? They're never going to verify it for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an autistic detail, I'm not gonna lie.
Again, because they can't play a game that's more than 10 years old. At most, they'll watch an all cutscenes video on YouTube. And for my final character complaints, let's talk about James Sunderland himself. While I think he's probably the closest to the original character out of all the main cast, except Laura, I guess, at the same time, the devil is in the details. I feel like he's simultaneously too emotional and not emotional enough where it matters. James certainly had some of the worst voice acting in the original game, but you could argue that it gave him a sort of detached feel, because deep down, he knows exactly what happened to his wife, and he's repressing it, right? He thinks he's a good person. He would never kill a human being, right?
I killed a human being. A human being.
But deep down, he is a bad person, and rather realistically, this is only portrayed in very subtle ways in the original game. Like I said, he stares at Maria's ass. He doesn't seem overly concerned that there is a child running around in this town full of monsters. There's probably other examples you could name. The point is, he's kind of...
I don't know how staring at an ass makes you a bad person, personally, but you know.
Dissociated from the whole experience. And it's sort of up to interpretation how much of that is intentional versus just the bad voice acting. Now, the new version of James not only is a lot more emotional, a lot more concerned about what's happening, isn't sleazy in the least bit, but also due to perhaps the modern graphics, he just conveys emotions much more strongly on his face. He acts a lot more like what a good person would do in this situation, but he's not supposed to be a good person. That's the point.
Well, wouldn't that make the twist more effective? Like, you think he's like this amazing guy, he's a really good dude, he's emotional, you know, he's obviously sensitive, but then like the final realization comes and you find out that he's like actually a cold-hearted killer, and he's like brainwashed himself into thinking he's a good guy. Like, wouldn't that make the plot twist more effective? Personally, I feel like that would make it more effective. But hey, to each their own. Because it's like that much more polarizing.
Point. It's actually hard to believe in the remake that he even killed his wife in the first place. Outside of more directly insulting Eddie in the new theater scene, yes, they replaced the bowling alley with a theater for no reason. It doesn't change the scene in any meaningful way except make it really weird that they're not actually watching a movie on the screen. I don't know if the intention here was that Laura and Eddie can see a movie but James can't because of the way Silent Hill fucks with people's heads. I don't really know. Either way, the bowling alley is still in the game. There's just no scene in it. Either way, I think you can see where I'm going with this. They made James a much more bland character than he was in the original.
Okay, but like if the only way they showed that he's a bad guy is because he's staring at ass cheeks, like that's not really an indicator of, oh my god, he's horrible. I don't know, dude. Like, that's not really a red flag. Like, oh my god, bro, what a piece of shit.
And it definitely hurts the story. The story is literally about him.
Like, his wife has been dead for 3 years. Of course he's going to be checking out some cake. Like, come on.
He has pretty much no defining character traits in the remake, especially since such a large part of the game is supposed to be around...
Yeah, every time I see a woman, I'm like, birthing hips.
The sexual...
And then I pop a tent.
...part of his brain. It's why all the monsters are feminine in nature. It's why Maria is effectively a succubus, because it's supposed to be Silent Hill creating the ideal form of Mary. But if you remove any hints to him being a Coomer, then the story doesn't even make sense anymore. But again, I feel like people are going to say I'm clutching at straws, man. But sometimes you just
You can make that point. Yeah, like when they're at the strip club, they kind of did, but not really that well. It was very subtle at the strip club, but there were some inclinations of that.
To play the games for yourself, and you'll see exactly...
She wasn't dead for 3 years. He'd literally only just murdered her. Yeah, but in his head, he thought it was 3 years. That's the thing, is his entire psyche was surrounding the idea that he killed his wife. Or not that he killed his wife, that his wife had been dead for 3 years. Not that he had just killed her. That's what I'm saying. He thought she had been dead for 3 years is like the premise of the game, and then he just got that letter out of the blue to come back to Silent Hill. So that's the thing. So it'd be kind of weird, like, okay, well, what's wrong? If he thinks his wife has been dead for 3 years, why can't he check out another woman? Like, that's what I'm saying.
What I mean. Then again, I don't think you should play this remake at all. It doesn't even matter that you can argue, oh, it's like a 7 or a 7.5 out of 10.
When did ass become cake? Why do I keep hearing that now? Because you want to put it in your mouth?
And the original is one of the greatest games ever made. And
because you want a piece of that ass, essentially. That's why. Like, you know, like you want a piece of that ass, kind of like you want a piece of cake. You know, basically that.
Unlike the Resident Evil 4 remake, there is no reason to play this over the original game. It does not stand on its own, and you played Silent Hill 2 for the story anyway. At least with Resident Evil 4 remake, I could have a unique spin on a gameplay style I was already familiar with and loved, even if that game was definitely inferior to the original as well. Bloober Team Silent Hill 2 remake is considerably less scary than the original game. It has far more padding and worse pacing than the original game. Despite the combat mechanics being better, you fight the same 3 enemy types for like 95% of the game, which on its own reduces the fear factor, increases the repetition, ruins the pacing and the tension, and there's 3 times as many enemies as the original game as well. So for
and way too many find this item in the environment situations.
Everyone shilling that this has way more fun.
That was my biggest complaint, man. Holy shit. Like, I did not need to find 800 items and then backtrack a million fucking times in order to do the same shit over and over and over again. Like, it was way too drawn out, just in general. This would have been a good, like, 6 to 7 hour game at most. I got 10 hours in and I only got, 2/3 of the way through? That shit was horrible.
Gameplay than the original. I know for a fact you didn't finish it. On top of all that, the story has been ruined by worse direction, especially way worse lighting in the cutscenes, worse voice acting on multiple key characters. The character models are hideous on the women specifically, and Eddie is even fatter for some reason. And of course, there's also censorship, and last but certainly not least, the game is just way too quiet. One of the great OSTs of all time is woefully underused for no real reason. Need I name more examples? I think I summed up the downgrades pretty well. So obviously no, you shouldn't buy this game, and it looks like the sales weren't that impressive anyway. 12,000 peak players.
Well, it's sold better than the original, so...
is really not that good, especially since the Resident Evil 2...
It's already surpassed the sales of the original, so I think it's done actually pretty good comparably.
Remake had something like 60,000, and the Resident Evil 4 remake had over 100,000 people playing it on launch day. Fuck these soulless cash grabs, and if you're excited for the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake after this, then you're exactly the type of sucker that Konami wants as their audience. They don't want to even make any new games. They just want to create these soulless cash grabs for a new generation so that they don't actually...
Well, Konami's not actually making them. They're licensing the games out to studios that do want to make them.
have to create any new art, and they can quietly censor any problematic moments from those original games, effectively rewriting history. Because they know none of you guys who play these remakes are going to go back and play the original. If you are a true fan of one of these franchises, do not buy these remakes in the hope that, oh, they're going to make new games again. They're going to botch those games anyway if this is what they do to their remakes. You need to stop being a fanboy and start being an enjoyer, or whatever you want to call it. You shouldn't be a pay piggy for $1 billion corporation just because you've attached your emotional worth to a franchise you grew up with. That's just fucking sad. I love Silent Hill 2. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I think the first 3 Silent Hill games are all great, all worth playing, and I've been playing some of the 4th one recently, and even that one is pretty good and certainly is worth a try at the very least. It's fairly unique compared to the other games. But that doesn't mean I want Silent Hill to come back from the dead, because I know Konami will screw it up. The way I see it, the only way to save...
Konami won't be the ones screwing it up because they don't make games anymore. They outsource everything.
The video game industry at this point is to just boycott every single video game that has the slightest shred of DEI or ESG in it. I don't care how extreme that sounds to the mentally ill that watch these videos just to spurg out, dislike, and write an asinine comment. And I also don't care about the opinions of the casual gamers who don't even know what the fucking term woke means.
Alright, phew. I was about to say, well shit, I'm a casual gamer, but I do know what woke means, so... Thank God. I dodged that bullet.
And have completely turned off the pattern recognition part of their brain and will just buy up whatever their favorite e-celeb tells them to. So I look forward to the totally organic comments on this video from Silent Hill 2 fans who have never played the game, telling me how I'm wrong without naming any of the specific points I made in this video. I honestly don't think you should waste your time responding to these people. I'm honestly not even convinced they are people. But once again, if you are one of those people from Reddit, Twitter, or Discord, thanks for the engagement, losers. Remake culture is gay. See you next time, guys.
Hey, I'm not a normie. Yeah, I am a normie. Is there something wrong with being a normie? What's wrong with being a normie? Apparently so. There ain't shit wrong with being a normie, bro. I don't attach my entire identity to my hobby. I'm sorry. Unless it's Final Fantasy VII, dude. Check out Sen's latest community post. Alright. What did he post? Yeah, I know what that was about. Yeah, he's got to be careful with the Jewish shit, man. That's what's going to get him in trouble. So what does it say? Bad news. Looks like my days on this platform are numbered. 3 streams and 1 old video got taken down for harassment and cyberbullying and hate speech. Luckily, this is just a warning. So I can still upload videos and streams, but this is extremely bad for obvious reasons. Somehow I've gotten away with breaking TOS and streams for 3 years. Now YouTube has finally taken notice. My channel could be wiped off. Yeah, you gotta delete streams if you're gonna be edgy, man. That's why I've been doing it for years. I've been deleting streams for that exact reason. So, this is exactly the type of shit I've been trying to avoid. Let's see. My channel could be wiped off the platform at any time. At first, I thought the Silent Hill 2 remake finale stream was taken down for my comments regarding Hit Detection's beloved baby boy, but according to the email in the second image, at some point I committed unwanted sexualization of an identifiable individual. No, YouTube did not specify who or when it happened. Someone have theorized that YouTube is testing AI moderation like Activision does with voice chat and COD, because the only unwanted sexualization I remember committing was against a fictional character, Angela. The other 3 takedowns seem completely random. which worries me. If it's AI moderation, that means certain phrases could get your channel banned, even with context. If you're wondering why I don't challenge these strikes, the simple reason is that it means a real person will look at my channel and see the numerous TOS violations I've committed over the years, only ensuring my channel will be deleted. Many of you already know this, but I've deleted the stream playlist and private it all. He should delete the old streams because they've already... All right. So what's happening is he has somebody flagging everything he's uploaded. So he needs to delete them because privating the video means they're still on the website. So even that won't fix it. So if the reports are already in and people get to them, then you can still get fucked. Let's see. Where was it? Where was I? Oh, here. I don't think I need to explain why. No, I will not be reversing this decision. If this is the last community post I ever make, just know I regret nothing and will never apologize because I've done nothing wrong. The sheer amount seething I've caused by simply dunking on overrated games and pointing out obvious political propaganda is pathetic. I had a good run, but reviewing garbage AAA games for 4 years has gotten tiresome. If this channel gets deleted, I'm done reviewing modern video games. Hopefully someone steps up to the plate because the video game industry severely needs more real critics and fewer shills. Before anyone asks, no, I will not be moving to Rumble or Odyssey. If this channel dies, the synthetic man dies with it. Damn, bro. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you need to delete the streams, not just private them. And you gotta stop with the Jewish stuff. That will get you in trouble. He gave up on his Rumble channel? Did he ever have a Rumble channel? I don't ever remember that. Literally 1987. Facts, bro. Yeah, he used to upload his videos to Rumble, but stopped 10 months. Okay. Yeah, he obviously needs to make some, I mean, you just have to, unfortunately. You have to. Like, you have to play ball on other people's platforms. It's just the nature of the beast. That's why Griffin never talks shit about Jews. He's a sellout. Well, I try not to talk shit about any specific group unless it's something like, you know, Sharia law enthusiasts, terrorist groups, like the Frankist Jews. We talked about them. But yeah, I don't like generalize and say like, oh yeah, all black people are X, all white people are X, all Asian people are X, all Arab people are X. So, yeah, you got to be very specific with what you're talking about. Mass generalization is generally not a good rule of thumb, regardless of what you're talking about. But, yeah, you have to play ball if you want to be on these platforms, unfortunately. Yeah, if you say shit about white people, well, unless you say something like all white people are better than everyone else. Insert whatever ethnic group you want after better than. But yeah. Then you'll get in trouble, But you have to play ball, man. I mean, that's the thing. As much as it sucks, it's the world we live in. Twitter's really the only place you can get away with that type of shit nowadays. YouTube's actually not as bad as they've used to been. Like, during 2020, they got really fucking strict. Same with 2017, man. 2017, they got fucking massively restrictive. And then 2020 with the COVID shit and then the election stuff, they got insanely fucking, you know, draconian with their rules. So I actually think Synthetic Man is mildly racist. I could see that. But he did date a black chick, apparently, so he's got that as his get-out-of-jail-free card. But yeah, it's the stream. Like, somebody is systematically, you know, flagging every single thing he's uploaded, so that's the issue. The ghost of Susan got him? Yeah. There you go. I just turned 18. Let's go! 11 months until you're an old hag. Somehow every OnlyFans girl is 18 for like years. I know, man. Such a scam, dude. Bro. If somebody wanted to do the most lay epic thing of all time, every single fucking OnlyFans chick that advertises as being 18 should be sued as part of a class action lawsuit. And every single person who's ever subscribed to their OnlyFans should sue them for fraud and false advertising. Like, if you had a lawyer that was like, lay epic troll, you could literally fuck up the lives of so many of these fucking whores. Not only revealing their true identities so they would be publicly shamed in court, but also removing all of the money they ever made from lying about how old they are and misrepresenting their content. You could literally fuck with these bitches so hard, man. No pun intended. But yeah, dude, you could literally destroy their lives if you wanted to. If you found a lawyer who just wanted to fuck with these hoes, you could easily do it. Yeah, part of the time, I think I should have been a lawyer, honestly. I would have been so good at it, man. I would have been really good at being a lawyer. But I don't want to go back to school. Oski Woski with the 2, good thing archive channels, deal with that now. Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to, you know, I guess buffer yourself from it, but yeah, leaving up live streams if you're slightly edgy or talk about more fringe topics is just an unnecessary risk.
7 inches? That's pretty big.
If you work for the government, then yeah, it could be considered a government job, but you're not going to make as much money.
Skip it up, faggot.
It's not skibbity bop, it's skibbity bop bum bot up, I think is what he says. No, on average, there are more women in the United States. Hey, that's a lie, bro. Because if that was true, then I would have no problem talking to them. The United States is like 50% women and 48% men. What are the other 2%? The math ain't mathin', dude. Griffin would be Aerith's lawyer for when Sephiroth tries to harass. That's right, dude. Hey, man. I'm gonna give you a subpoena if you don't back off. You leave her alone, bro. This is your final warning or I'll sue. You'll see me in court. And that shiny samurai sword of yours won't be on your back anymore. It'll be on my mantle. Hell yeah, dude. There you go. The ultimate threat of a lawsuit. I withdraw my consent. That's right. Excuse me, ma'am. I would appreciate it if you would remove your hand from my penis. Yes, you're very attractive and have given me a boner, but I don't appreciate non-consensual physical contact, even if we're in a committed relationship. Bro. That's like literally the energy of that fucking retard. Yeah, my girlfriend, whenever we get into a fight, tries to suck my cock. Please, Reddit, help me. I withdrew my consent. Oh my god. Basically, there was this Reddit post I pulled up back in the day where it's like this guy was complaining about the fact that his wife or girlfriend would like touch him sexually whenever they got into an argument. And he said that he withdrew his consent and she continued to touch his penis. Oh my god, bro. Jesus Christ, man. What? Dude, Redditors are just... I mean, that's white dudes for camel toe energy. White dudes for camel toe. How dare my girlfriend touch my penis? Hands off, whore. You have to sign my consent form first. Am I one of those assholes who thinks men can't be raped by women? The only way a man can be raped by a woman is if she has a gun and drugs him. Those are like the only two circumstances that a woman can rape a guy. Because there's no chance that she's physically overpowering a man. So you'd either have to drug him or use a fucking weapon. Like that Russian woman where the guy tried to rob her store, so she grabbed a gun, locked him up in her basement, fed him Viagra, and used him as a sex toy for 2 days before she finally let him go. And then the cops didn't know what the fuck to do because he tried to rob her. And then she kidnapped him, locked him up, fed him Viagra, and then used him as a sex toy. Where's that store, just for reference? I wouldn't need the Viagra either, I'm just saying. If she's hot, it ain't rape. Facts. Absolutely, man. Yeah, I don't think any dude would care about a chick throwing herself at him if he was actually attracted to her. So, I don't think any dude would be upset about a woman trying to bang if he found her attractive. But if she's ugly, then it's sexual assault, obviously. Slavic women are very attractive until they get older. Then they kind of look like dudes. Well, it depends, man. She wouldn't have to put me in the rape dungeon because I wouldn't be trying to escape.
Gaming.
So there's also that to consider. The rape dungeon would be unnecessary in that instance. Women found Griffin attractive? I wish. I wouldn't be here if that were the case. Dude, I would be happily married, banging my trad wife, raising my kids, but instead here I am on a Sunday night, you know.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Yep, all because I was born an inch too short, bro. An inch too short to date and an inch too short for porn. But, yeah. My fate was sealed, unfortunately. Yeah, it does feel bad. I saw this got uploaded today. It was recommended to me. We'll see. The end of Review Tech USA. Bro, hold on. Let me pull up mine. I gotta... Hold on. Actually, that's a good thing. I need to... Just reminded me. I need to copy that Stellar Blade footage over. Oh, shit. There we go. Just ignore it for now. I gotta plug in the thumb drive again. But yeah, it's, what, like 42 minutes long? So... Ready? And then I put this in here too. So I put that thing I showed y'all last night.
2, 1, drop it.
I put this in here too.
Oh yeah.
Tremendous, tremendous, tremendous.
Yeah, so I put that in there, and then also this.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I got some clips, man, and then of course I put the is it here? Yeah, this one. I forgot how bad this clip was unedited. Like, dude, he literally cannot fucking think. His brain is completely cooked. Days.
Fucked up. But that shit.
I know, and all the sexually frustrated.
Like, look at the pauses in this shit, man. Look. Those are all, like,
frustrated edgelords like Griffin Gaming love it. Hey, Griffin, you're pushing 30 and saving yourself for marriage?
Is he waiting for me to respond? Like, bro, what is this massive fucking pause, dude? I forgot how much I edited this down, bro. Like, I chopped this the fuck up. Like, listen. Did he think I was gonna, like, pop up and be like, yeah, this is exactly what's happening?
30 and saving yourself for marriage? You know what I call that? You're a fucking incel who just can't get any.
Like, dude, he cannot form a sentence. He absolutely is, like, just completely spacing out.
Griffin Gaming. Yeah. He's saving him. The guy who fucking talks so much shit all of a sudden has morality for marriage. You know who says that? People who can't have sex.
It's true, man. I cannot. It is literally impossible for me to have sex right now. So Rich is not completely off on that one. But yeah, this shit's 42 minutes long. So I need to get the Stellar Blade footage so I can have something interesting to look at other than Rich. So you can see some titties and ass instead of just a hairy old man. I figured that would be a nice contrast. Why can't I have sex? Because it's just me and my dog here, and I don't swing that way, bro. I'm not into that bestiality shit, so yeah, I physically cannot have sex right now. There is no one else in my apartment with me for me to bang. So Rich is not wrong, you know? I cannot have sex as things sit right now. So, therefore, he is correct. Well, yeah, that's true, because I typically jerk off with my right hand, so using my left hand would be like somebody else doing it. So I guess so. Yeah, there you go. There you go, man. A technicality. But yeah. I don't need to save. I didn't do anything. Griffin will never have sex. I guess not, man. Because I'm not married yet. And according to Rich, man, I'm saving myself for marriage. So obviously. He knows my life plans better than I. So I just got to go by with what he says. Apollo's happy you're not a white. Yeah, he'd still have his balls if I was. Well, you can pay an OnlyFans whore, Griffin. I don't want her to dress as Aerith. I'll pay an OnlyFans whore, but I don't need her to cosplay. Obviously, dude.
So today's video is kind of a follow-up video about something I made 3 or so months ago, talking about a situation. It doesn't really have to do with video games. So if you're looking for video games, there's thousands of videos on
No, I ain't never rode in an Fuck. I don't know. Is that racist to say I've never rode an exotic? Like, yeah, I don't know. I guess that's not really racist, but yeah, no. I have not gone exotic. Let's just put it that way. The pig roach looking less shit as the biggest L for... Dude, that's the thing. It's like, Rich literally built his entire identity over the past 4 years about shitting on DSP. And now DSP is in a better circumstance than he is. So, literally, Rich's entire worldview has shattered. DSP is more successful than he is. DSP is more well-liked than he is. DSP gets better viewership than he does. Like, Rich's entire, worldview has shattered. Phil, the one cornerstone in his life that held stable, has completely toppled on him. I cannot believe I am saying this, but DSP is a harder worker. That's not... Well, Britt, that's never been not the case. Nobody can deny that Phil doesn't put in the time. Like, Phil is very consistent. He shows up every day at a certain time, gets off at a certain time. Like, Phil is very dedicated to his job. Rich is one of the laziest motherfuckers on this platform. Hands down. Chronicle with the 2, The Simpsons, IRS Burger. That's how you sound like. I don't watch The Simpsons, so I'm not familiar with that. And Chronicle with the 2, also Final Fantasy 13, Turtles for the... I can pull it up after this.
On the channel. Plus, your boy had a couple of Stave Weisers last night, and he's feeling a little bit tired. Halloween party for my uncle. But I want to talk about this because it's kind of the end of an era, and like I said, a follow-up to a...
Fun fact, I've never been to a Halloween party, and probably never will.
...video that I had made previously on a topic about Review Tech USA, an individual that I have known for many years. You know, I wouldn't say we're super good friends or anything like that, but we have talked in the past. We have collaborated before in the past. He has actually helped me with things in the past. But over the past couple of years, like, you know, things have definitely changed with that individual. A channel of over 1 million subscribers just gone in an instant because of a potentially knee-jerk
How would I dress if I went to one? I would dress as myself because I'm not trying to be anybody but me.
Gaming. And that's, you know, 1 million subscribers is something that a lot of people on this platform will never achieve. That is an achievement at the end of the day. Now, how long it took you to get there, none of that really matters. It's all about the achievement. I'll never get 1 million subscribers, and I'm okay with that. 500K was what I wanted to hit, and everything after that is a blessing. You know, some people I know, John, Spawnwave.
Bruh, I wanted to hit 10,000 subs, and that was my goal. So, I'm well past that at this point. That's why I literally don't care. 10,000 subs was my goal when I started this.
They'll probably hit 1 million one day. But to hit that and then completely throw that away because of circumstances is a very, very bizarre situation that I feel like a lot of people don't understand why. And I'm not going to say that I understand why he decided to do that. I'm sure he's talked about it on his streaming channel. He does have a streaming channel. But I just kind of want to talk about, you know, how this kind of thing ends up happening, because things have definitely gotten weirder with him over the past couple of...
Griffin would dress as a Jewish space laser. Huh? What does that even mean?
Years. You know, there was the situation with...
Because I'm laser focused on the Khazar milkers? Like, what do you mean?
His editor, Jay, and him and Jay having a falling out, and then they were at each other's throats, but then they were cool again, but then they were at each other's throats. Like, I feel like what's being put out there for the public eye and for public consumption isn't necessarily what's happening, you know, behind the scenes. I feel like there's a lot of question marks associated with this story. And one of the things is, you know, part of me is like, well, why does anybody care about this? But in the same breath, it's like when things play out in the public eye, when you see a decline in someone that you've been following, you know, for years, you've been watching their content for years, you grow an attachment to those people. You grow an attachment to those individuals, whether it's, you know, just being a fan of their content.
Yeah, personally, I didn't grow an attachment to Rich, but I understand why people who watch him did, and him deleting that channel and all the videos that go along with it was like a massive fuck you to everybody who ever supported him, because now they can't go and relive those memories anymore. So... yeah, personally, I'm not really a parasocial type where it's like, oh my god, I literally know this person. I watch every video they upload. Like, that's not me. But, yeah. I understand why people feel the way that they do.
Or, you know, enjoying them as a creator, as a person behind them. You build up an image of someone from watching them. You feel like you garnish a connection with them. And then to see that connection kind of change and things be thrown into that, like you don't know how to react. Now, I'm not going to say Rich and I are like the best of friends. You know, we have, you know, he has done things to help me out though. When I had a situation with a Wii U eShop developer, that was just a bizarre situation. Before I even really knew Rich, he actually reached out to me and wanted to cover that story. You know, there's been a couple other times where he has, you know, done things that were very friendly towards me. But I would say those things are kind of few and far between at the end of the day. And this whole situation with kind of, you know, it's easy to say midlife crisis. And I definitely think that there are signs of this being a midlife crisis. You know, completely deleting your channel to become a streamer, to create hip-hop beats. Like, no disrespect, but I don't think that's going to be like a lucrative thing. If that's a passion project for you, like, that's cool. You know, that's cool. That's fine. But you have to have that main source of income, because Rich and I really, we're not that different in age. There's like, I think 2 or 3 years between us. He's like 2 or 3 years my elder. And something I'm learning about midlife crisis.
Yeah, that's what was interesting about what Rich said, is like he's getting too old for the type of content he was making. It's like, bro, literally everyone who makes like gaming news content on YouTube is like some 40-year-old man with a beard. Like, there is only one age demographic that does what he does, and it's like similarly aged men with beards. Like, Rich literally is the perfect demographic for the type of content that he makes.
Is that people seem to have them when they have a lot of things on their plate, when they have a lot of things going on, and a midlife crisis.
Mentally, I'm 40, so that's why it makes sense. See, like I've always said, you generation, is I've always felt older than I actually am, so I feel like I'm like a 40-year-old man at this point. I get excited when like chicken's on sale, and it's like the highlight of my day. So I'm like a 40-year-old man at this point.
Crisis is kind of an escape to a time when you didn't have that stuff. I'm not trying to like be a psychiatrist here or anything like that, you know, but that's just kind of how I view it, especially with like my friends and stuff like that. Like, if you have a void in your life of something, because
yeah, the highlight of my, like, I guess existence nowadays is payday. That's about it. I basically skipped my whole 20s in a sense, man. I never did the partying shit, the going out with friends shit, the like going to fucking bars and traveling or any of that type of crap. So I'm basically just locked in at this point. What are you doing, dog? Hey, buddy. Uh-oh, he's up and moving.
I can't afford this shit!
Good boy. Neonverse Animations with a 5. Yo, Griffin, should I buy Silent Hill 2 Remake, make my own opinion or not, and play this Silent Hill 2 class? I wouldn't pay full price for it, honestly, man. Unless you're really big into survival horror games, then I don't know if I would pay $70 for that game. I don't think it's worth it at all. Like, if it's 30, 40 bucks and you're a fan of survival horror, then I think it'd probably be worth it. But otherwise, eh. Good boy. I know. I know, buddy.
Have things going on behind the scenes, and obviously that man has a lot going on behind the scenes. He has things with his family, with his kids and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of stuff that we probably don't even really know about, his living situation and stuff like that, you know, all that sort of stuff. And I feel like that's kind of...
Well, we do know about it because he's basically admitted that he's going to sell his parents' house out from under them.
Gabe, so while, you know, you might look at it and be like, what the hell is this dude doing? Like, I do kind of see it that way. But one thing that I think we can all agree on is there has been a decline in just the way he's acting. You know, and there, you know, you can go back and there was signs of it.
Ever since the COVID meltdown, man. Ever since COVID, Rich has never been the same. Because, like, he was on a weight loss tear. He was doing well. He was making good videos. Life was going well for him. He had a ton of people watching his live streams. Then COVID hit. He started getting paranoid and listening to the mainstream media. He gained all of his weight back. And he just became more and more like abrasive to anyone who disagreed with him politically.
For past years with situations and scandals and stuff like that he had. But I don't think anything has really been kind of to this level since the big cheese stuff. But everyone says, he needs help. He needs help. He's going through some stuff. And, I probably have said that before in the past as well. Because I do, the sudden urge to become a hip-hop creator, the weird infatuation with DSP and birds, just the overall mentality that he has had is very different than what it used to be. But the thing about help is that I'm not trying to equate this to what I'm about to use as an example, but I do think there are some parallels with it. The thing about help is there has to be something within the person that wants to get help. You could send an addict to rehab 1,000,000 times, but unless that addict has a little something in them where they want to get clean, it's never going to do anything. I've seen it time and time and time again with people in my personal life, friends of mine, good friends of mine, where if that person does not want to get help and they are forced to get help, it doesn't do anything. There has to be something inside the person that wants to change. And I don't think Rich really wants to change. I don't think he wants to change. I think in his mind, what he's doing is the right thing. Like, let me be real with you. I've seen the views and stuff that he would get.
You just realized he deleted his channel. Yeah, he's a fucking idiot, man. There's no benefit to him deleting his channel. He could have literally just ghosted it and just not uploaded anything onto it. It makes no fucking sense to get rid of it. There is no justification for the decision to delete that channel. No amount of coping or whatever stupid justification he tries to come up with is gonna, ever make sense. But it's just, dude, he's having like a fucking mental breakdown / manic episode / depressive episode / midlife crisis. Take your pick. Obviously, something is off. He is going to regret this decision massively unless he reverts the deletion. You Generation with the 5, is your night better or worse when Brit shows up in the chat? Well, it depends if Brit decides to.
Give me monies!
It's kind of dependent on that, to be honest.
Gaming news stuff, making multiple uploads a day, having that fan base. Unless his channel was just completely knackered by YouTube in terms of...
Knackered? Uh-oh.
CPM. He was making far more money doing that. Talking about random video games.
He was getting like 30, 40,000 views per video. Like if you upload 30 or what, he was doing 2 videos a day, let's say. He was getting 80,000 views because he'd still get some residual views from older videos as well too. So let's say he was getting 80,000 views a day. Here, we'll do the quick maths on my phone so we can be exact. So 80,000 views, so 80 times $3 per 1,000 views times 30 days in a month. That's $7,200 a month. So times 12 is $86,400 a year just for making 2 slop news videos a day. And that's not if he made 3. That's not if one got like 100,000 views instead of 40, There's a lot of variability in that. So basically, near 6-figure income he threw away on that channel just because he refused to make basic, boring, easy content.
I can't afford this shit!
Brit with the 2, I'm a 14-month member, lol. I do give... No, you get free memberships, but nice try, Brit. I appreciate the creativity.
News. And then he's doing with this streaming stuff. Than he's going to do with this streaming stuff.
Back in the day when you were known as Brittany Dick with the amazing Princess Peach profile picture, things were different, but, you've changed. What can I say? It's not me. It's you.
Because people aren't really gelling with his personality as it stands now. 5-10 years ago, maybe it was a different situation. But it's not. It's not anymore.
What was Rich's most viewed video? I'm pretty sure it was like the video of the dad breaking a kid's Xbox. Then it was JKB back with another episode telling his GameStop horror stories. The Exposed song. A few like that. I don't remember exactly, but it was videos like that. But all of those had like a few million views, I believe.
It's more a weird obsession thing, more of a vindictive thing, going after people who are just minding their own business. Like the video that he made about Wood, just completely out of the blue. Now, Wood's not a perfect person. I'm not a perfect person. But, like, I don't get it. Or maybe I do. Maybe it's just a person who's kind of living
He's angry. Rich had a lot of pent-up rage. And that was his issue, man. He's got issues going on in his head. That's why I feel like this decision is going to haunt him later in life. And he's going to be like, what the fuck did I do?
Their own bubble?
Rich is the same age as DSP, so I think like 42 or 43.
And, you know, they think this is the right move. And, you know, I guess you kind of got to respect that to some degree. But in the same breath, it's like, will there be regret? And there probably will be. So RIP Review Tech USA channel. Let's be real. You didn't really review technology in the United States all that much. I hope you get the peace you need with what you're doing with this. But hey, you know what? At the end of the day, it's your channel. It's your life. People are going to have opinions about it. And this is just my opinion on it. So let me know in the comment section down below. You know, what do you think about it? Do you think that he was wise to delete?
I'm 5 years younger than Rich. Well, unless I've aged a decade, I don't think so, man.
His million subscriber channel. I mean, here's the thing that maybe it didn't cross his mind, but you have this streaming channel that's a fraction of the size of your main channel. If you didn't want to upload anymore on your main channel and you just wanted to stream, why not just use the million subscriber channel and be like, hey, I'm turning this.
Because he didn't want his sub count to drop below 1 million. I'm telling you, that's probably what part of it was, is he was getting very close to his sub count dropping below 1 million, and his ego would like be shattered because people would make fun of him for it, and he didn't want another thing for people to point and laugh at.
Into just a streaming channel. Like, was it a matter of pride that you thought that maybe you would get?
But Griffin, you white guys age like a century faster than everyone else. Well, you know, I've been told that I have a baby face, and most people, like, bro, every time I go to get my hair cut or something, and I actually have to interact with people, ew. But yeah, everyone always asks me, like, am I home from college or some shit like that? So people still think I'm like late teens, early 20s, bro. So yeah. I look young for my age, apparently, to most people. So. Yeah. Anyone going to play Lego Horizon? Probably not.
Under 1 million subscribers by changing the format up, and that would, you know, kind of hurt a bit. I don't know. Just weird, bro. Just weird. People are weird on here. People are very weird on this platform. And as always, thank you for checking out this video. Hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to go try to wake up. I lost my train of thought there. I'll catch you.
Someone once thought you were still in high school? Well, Brett, they probably just thought you got held back.
Guys on the next video. Later.
That's such a great thumbnail. Jeff Keighley getting Abby Zillid. Hell yeah. I still get junior tickets when I get bus and I'm 23. Nice, man. Save some money. Griffin won't delete his channel. I have no reason to delete my channel. What would be the point of me deleting my channel? I'll just stop uploading on it. Like, who cares? There's no point in deleting it. Like, if I ever want, like, let's say I stop doing YouTube. It's like, well, if I ever want to come back, why would I give away, you know, the ability to just, you know, have a immediate like audience, maybe smaller than what I left with, but at least it's something. Do I have a chin or do I have a I actually have a jawline. That I promise. I do have a jaw. But yeah, I have a chin, thankfully. Yeah, I got 4 of them, man. You want to see? Oh, sorry. They don't fit in the frame. Darn it! I would have shown you guys, but they don't fit in my camera frame. They're just that big. No, there's not really a point in deleting my channel, because, like, maybe I'll be 50 years old one day and be like, yo, guys, look at this shit. I had a YouTube channel. And they'd be like, no way, dude. Yeah, way, bro. I was an influencer. Back in my day, I made some videos on the YouTube. But yeah, I'll sit there in my rocking chair. Be like, yeah, kiddos, back in my day, I was an influencer. Oh, YouTube will definitely still exist in 20 years, man. There's no reason why it wouldn't. It's a video sharing site, so unless people stop making videos, why wouldn't it? If World War III starts, half of everyone in this chat would be... Nah, they're all either autistic or obese. They're not getting drafted. Let's be honest. It's better to keep the channel so you continue to make money. And look back fondly on it when you moved away. Yeah. Nah, I don't talk about my YouTube channel to people in real life. Honestly, I never bring it up. So, I don't really consider it a flex or anything worth mentioning, in all honesty. Should tell my first date about my gamer score. Yeah, there you go, Britt. Bottom right chick is heckin' wholesome. When you're always there to protect your girl from her biggest bully. Herself, dude. Wow, dude, so quirky and cool. Your soul just died. Bro, where are all the shorts? Damn it. When video games were simple, 41 minutes. No, thank you. Yeah, usually I can find something that I actually want to watch on this, but there is nothing. Alright, I think I may go ahead and hop off, guys. I may see if I can fall asleep for like an hour or so. Or at least go lay down for a little bit, because I gotta call the vet and take the doggo in, so... I may go ahead and hop off. Plus, I gotta finish editing this video, so I'm gonna do that too. I'll drag my Stellar Blade footage over and then work on that. Hit render on that one, and then I guess I'll start the thumbnail, and then by then it'll probably be 7 o'clock, so it won't really matter. But, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and hop off. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Enjoy your Monday. And I guess I will talk to everyone later. Peace out, guys.